Welcome, everybody, to our City Commission meeting of April 7th. We'll call this meeting to order. And Nikki, would you please lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance? If you would, please rise.
Yes, ma'am. As we begin this meeting, may we all take a moment to quietly reflect together, each according to our own individual beliefs and intentions. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I did not plan the musical interlude either, Mayor, but it was actually kind of nice. It's a nice...
Okay, so as we get started into our meeting, I just want to take care of some housekeeping items for those of you who are in attendance and for my colleagues. First, I think you've all been told, but if you plan to speak to any item on the agenda tonight, you do need to fill out a card, and that allows you for 3 minutes. The clock is above my head, and we'll try to, strictly enforce that. If you would like, you can have 10 minutes to speak, but you have to have 5 people here, including yourself, to sign off on the card, and that gives you 10 minutes to speak. So that's how you get to speak, and I'll call you by name. In addition, after the Jay's Hotel, there is, which by the way shouldn't take that long because we've seen this thing about 100 times. So we've asked them to be brief and brilliant. So I think, we'll get through that relatively quickly. But there are 2 ordinances for us to review regarding the overlay. The first ordinance is just the ability to do overlays in general anywhere in the city. You're more than welcome to speak to that if you want, but I think most people are here to speak to the overlay for the south side, and that is the second ordinance. We won't allow you to say the same thing or continue to say the same thing under both. So I would just ask you to choose and then keep your comments directed towards either an overlay anywhere in the city or on the first ordinance, and then on the second ordinance, the south side. If you guys looked at the printed agenda, you'll see that we do have a code of conduct. I only say this because people are passionate, and we love the fact that our residents are passionate about our community. But we ask that as people speak or come up to speak, that there aren't any hand clapping or yays or boos or anything like that. We want everyone to feel that they're in an inclusive and accepted environment to be able to speak. To my colleagues, we've got a lot to cover. I'm going to try really hard to keep us from going down rabbit holes. So when we are at question time, let's just do questions versus comments. I would like us to hold back any comments or deliberation until after everyone has spoken to the subject. I want everyone to feel heard before we start going down a road of a path, which we have no idea which way it's going to go. I'm not going to take motions until the end, so there will be nothing obvious in the beginning. So I'm just letting you guys know how I'm going to do that. Any questions? Any concerns about any of that? Rebecca is collecting the cards, and she will then pass them to me. Generally, what I do is ask, depending on how many cards we have for any given subject, we have a for and against, and I just try to alternate them to keep it very fair. So there was another thing.
Rick. Rick.
Oh, yeah. Given the fact that we've had a few long meetings under our belt over the years, right, John? There will be a point where we'll be taking a bathroom break, give everybody a chance to get up and walk around. My guess, if I can guess how much time it's going to take to get through the Jay's Hotel and then the staff's presentation for the various ordinances, my guess is that it'll probably be right at the end of that presentation and before we get into citizen input. And I say that because I don't want anybody to get up while you all are speaking to use the restroom. I just think that's rude, and I'd rather just let everybody have their chance to stretch their legs. So it'll probably be around that time, but we'll see how the time goes. And it'll be 5 minutes. It won't be that long. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for being here. So we do have the opportunity for citizen input on anything that is not on the agenda. If anybody wants to come forward and speak to any item that is not already here, please feel free to come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. Okay, I see none of that. All right, we'll go into our first action item, which is the first hearing of design review approval for the J Hotel, a 68-room boutique hotel at 491 and 469 Causeway Boulevard. Nikki, did you want to talk about the quasi-judicial piece of it?
Sure. So this item for design review is a quasi-judicial decision by the City Commission. So at first, the first order is to disclose any ex parte communications that any of the commissioners may have had with regard to the design application before you. And if anyone has
I
anything
know
to
you have one,
disclose,
but it's from before, right?
who, what, when.
Right, yes, but I brought it up before, and you said, no, now's not the time to bring it up during design, and this is design, right? So if I'm wrong, but just want to disclose that I had a conversation with Doug Anderson on January 20th at approximately 11:45. I was walking from here to Dunedin Brewery, and he was on Grant Street at the hotel construction there, and we started off talking about the Grant Hotel project, and then it just kind of evolved into the Jay's Hotel, and without even thinking about it, we didn't nothing really in detail, just how it was going and the residents that live behind it at that condominium. But there was no real detail, but I just felt it needed to be acknowledged.
Anybody else? We have received emails that are in public record
Those will all
by
be part of-
residents.
Those will all be part of your
Yeah.
agenda records, so.
Yeah, and any answers to them were all very minimal, just acknowledging.
And also because this agenda item, unlike the rest of the items on your agenda tonight, are quasi-judicial, anyone who intends to speak to the Jay's Hotel will need to be sworn in. So I see Joey up here, Doug, if you're going to speak, and if there's any members of the public that intend to speak about the Jay's Hotel item only. Okay, is that it? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you'll give on this item will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mayor, you may now.
Kathy, there's 2 seats right there, right up front. Sorry, didn't mean to call you out, but I didn't know how else to tell you.
Mayor, you may now proceed with the procedures established by Resolution 2040.
Okay, and we're not going to do the motion in the beginning, so we'll read the title later. All right, so any opening for you? Okay. Joseph, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Joseph DePasqua on behalf of the Community Development Department, and I would like to walk through a presentation for this design review application, application DR 2201 for the J Hotel. So the application, again, is for the J Hotel. This is a request for a design review approval. The owner of the property is Grant Street Partners, Dunedin LLC. The representatives who are here this evening are Doug Anderson, the developer and ownership, and Charlie Wilson with the Toronto Blue Jays. The architect for the project is SDG Architecture. I believe Mr. Coleman is here this evening. The engineer of record for the project is Synergy Civil Engineering. And again, the Coastal ICF Construction, represented by Mr. Anderson, is the developer of the project. The public hearings for this...
Julie, there's a seat right there for you, right up front, next to Kathy. Sorry.
The public hearing dates for this are, the local planning agency heard this case on March 9th. The City Commission, of course, tonight on first hearing, and second hearing will take place on April 21st. A little bit about the property. This property contains 2 parcels. The first parcel, 491 Causeway Boulevard, is a 0.85 acre parcel. Sits in flood zone AE with an elevation of 10 feet. It's in the land use plan of Coastal High Hazard Area Retail and Services. The acronym is CHHA-RNS. Form-based medium or FXM zoning district is on the property, and the existing use of that property is a car wash facility. The smaller parcel is 0.41 acres, addressed 469 Causeway Boulevard, and it shares the same flood zone, same land use plan category, same zoning, except it is vacant. Project overview, the applicant again is requesting design review approval subject to an approved development agreement that you've already executed to build a 3-story, 68-room boutique hotel on the subject properties, collectively both properties. The hotel will consist of 2 floors of guest rooms, over ground floor parking, plus those are usual amenities you'd find within a hotel. Primary use, as you've heard, is by the Toronto Blue Jays during spring training and the regular season, and for the duration of the license agreement between the city and the Blue Jays. And again, only a small number of rooms will be available to the general public when the Blue Jays are not using the facility. And I know the applicant will speak to a lot of this, and you've heard some of this before. Briefly, what we have here is the area vicinity map. For those who haven't seen where the property is, it's on the south side of Causeway Boulevard. The larger parcel, 491 Causeway, is the one that has the car wash facility, and the smaller vacant parcel is 469 Causeway Boulevard. This is a street view captured in December of last year of the car wash facility property, the 469 Causeway Boulevard, 491 Causeway Boulevard. And then moving to the west is the vacant 469 Causeway Boulevard. And I know you've seen a lot of this before, but that's why I'm going to kind of move through it quickly. Again, land use plan map for the city. You can see both properties are in the CHHA RNS. Land use, you can see there's quite a bit of that land use dedicated to properties around this site, and then most of the residential has residential medium land use on it. So what does that land use mean? Well, under our new comp plan, this particular land use is located in coastal high hazard areas. That's usually evacuation level A's, adjacent to activity centers where surrounding use support and are compatible with intensive commercial uses in areas supported by arterial or major collector roads, of course, Causeway Boulevard being that. There are a list of permitted and secondary uses, primary and secondary under the permitted uses, and as you can see, one of the permitted uses as a primary use is transient accommodations, meaning a hotel. So the land use does allow this as a primary permitted use. Of course, the density is derived, as you know, from the land use plan. The land use plan has a base density for temporary lodging units or hotel rooms of 40 units an acre. And then you get that by right. If you want to go above that, there are rules.
Excuse me, there's a seat right up front there.
There are rules in the countywide plan that allow for, with a development agreement, to go up to 60 units an acre. In this instance, we do have the applicant has taken the opportunity to execute that development agreement, and with the 1.26 acres, the property in total would support 50 hotel rooms by right without a development agreement. Of course, we have a development agreement, and they're asking for they would be allowed up to 76, and the request is for the 68 rooms. That 18-room increase is what is driving the need for the development agreement. Of course, to recap, the development agreement was executed, negotiated, executed, and was recorded on March 1st of this year. So that is part of the record, and will drive, of course, with design review this project. It was adopted under Ordinance 2202. Moving to zoning, as I mentioned, the property is in the FXM, or the form-based medium zoning district. That's that lavender colored you see on the screen. And you see there's quite a bit of that around. And of course, to the south, you have tourist facility where you have a lot of the residential, more permanent residential versus temporary lodging. So that it's both properties, again, share the same zoning district category and designation. Brief overview of what FXM means. And again, this is for urban centers where you find retail, offices, row houses, apartments. It has a tight network of streets with wide sidewalks, steady street tree planting, and buildings set close to the sidewalks. We have a use matrix, as you know, in our land development code, which drives what uses are permitted and conditional within those zoning districts. And a hotel is a permitted use by right in the FXM zoning district, so we have compliance with our land use requirements, and you have compliance with your zoning all by right with this use. Moving to the dimensional standards, the table you see here shows what is allowed and permitted in FXM and what the proposal is the applicant is presented to the city. So 2 stories by right, you can ask for a 3rd story. The City Commission needs to approve that request. They are making that request. So they're asking for 35 feet of height, which is allowable in FXM, and they're asking for that 3rd floor. The front setbacks are, because it's FXM, are no closer than 2 feet, no further away than 17 feet. And so in this case, the northeast corner of the building is 2 feet from the property, and the northwest corner of the building is 12 feet from the property. That 2-foot point, when the applicant gets into showing you some of their renderings and their drawings, you'll see it's just a very small portion of a corner of the building. The actual building actually starts moving away from the property line, but at its closest point, it's 2 feet, again, compliant with the regulations. Side yard, both the east and west side yard setbacks are required to be 15. The applicant has presented that as such. And then the rear setback, which would be to the south, is 15 feet, and that's what they are proposing. So compliant with our dimensional standards. And we move to our comprehensive plan analysis. As you know, we look at compatibility with existing and planned uses in the area. You look at your building types, your heights, and your densities. Staff has determined that a 3-story hotel at the proposed density, together with the potential development patterns of some of the vacant land in area, as well as the existing uses, which vary in height from vacant land to 1 story up to 5 stories. We found that to be consistent with our objective 2.9 of our comprehensive plan. Moving to the design review standards, as you know, staff, not just community development department, or arborist, engineering, fire, parks, public works and utilities, solid waste, and sustainability all weigh in on this application. And each of the areas you see listed here are reviewed, and there's a full analysis in your staff report on each one of these. However, I know since you've seen this before, I'm going to hit on, I think, the 3 areas that get the most interest from folks who are curious about the project, but certainly could answer questions you may have about some of the other areas. So the first area I'd like to talk about is circulation and mobility, because everyone wants to know how you access the site. So the site itself is going to have two points of entry, well, 1 point of entry and 1 point of exit. So vehicles will be able to, if vehicles are traveling westbound on Causeway Boulevard, they will be able to get into a left turn lane and turn into the site, crossing over the eastbound lanes into the site. But it is a one-way driveway into the site, circulates through the site between the 2 buildings, and then it is an exit out only on the east end of the property. So if you're traveling eastbound on Causeway Boulevard, it's essentially right in, right out. So you have 2 ways to get into the site, both from the east and the westbound lanes of Causeway Boulevard. And the applicant can certainly speak to that in greater detail. But that comports with our circulation and mobility. Moving to pedestrian and bicycle, the applicants are proposing 2 bicycle, sidewalk and bicycle points of connection, one at the east end and one at the west end, connected to an area where they're going to have a bike rack capable of handling up to 10 bikes. So there's good circulation within the site, and then there's connectivity to the sidewalk on Causeway Boulevard for mobility of both pedestrians and bicyclists. And then, as you know, as part of that development agreement, the other off-site improvement is the proposed crosswalk that they would need to get approval from the county, but it is being at least initially planned at Michael Place, where there would be some type of probably a rapid flashing beacon walkway to get from the north to the south across Causeway Boulevard. And as you know, that will have to be permitted through the county, but that is another circulation and mobility component of this project, the cost of which of design and installation is to be borne by the applicant. The other, one of the other areas I think folks are always curious about is the off-street parking requirements. And as we've discussed with the development agreement, we treated this project as if it was a standard hotel operating without the Blue Jays being involved. There was no calculations done differently. So there's a parking requirement for a hotel room and for the meeting space within. The applicant for the 68 rooms would have to provide 55 spaces at a minimum for the rooms and then 4 spaces for the meeting space. They are proposing 55 rooms for the rooms, for the hotel's rooms themselves, and another 7 for a total of 62 parking spaces. And they also, by putting in the bike rack, they didn't need it, but they could get a 2-space credit, but they didn't need it. They're providing more than what's required. So from a code standpoint, we treated this like it was a standard hotel operation. And I think we know that that's not going to be the case here, but that's the way we treated it from a code standpoint. And then the third area I was going to get a little bit more expound on is the traffic impact analysis, because everybody wants to know, obviously, how it would impact Causeway Boulevard. Well, first off, when we look at Causeway Boulevard, it is not a deficient roadway. It is operating at a level of service B and C, so it is considered not deficient. The existing car wash facility actually generates more trips than what the hotel will generate if it was a standard hotel, and I think we all recognize this is going to operate quite differently. So the net result is there will actually be a reduction in peak hour trips by going from a car wash facility to this hotel room. And so I provided a snippet inside the staff report of the trip analysis provided by their transportation engineer. And so you can see there, again, there will be no expected degradation to the roadway level of service. They would just simply pay the multimodal impact fee, and no transportation management plan or study would be required. And I would point out that the way the property sits today, if it were not to be redeveloped, the one thing that having the site developed and having a net decrease, I think one of the advantages to that is that the vacant parcel, which could be developed independently if this project would actually add trips to the car wash. And so I think what we're looking at is a pretty big net decrease in trips, just from a practicality standpoint. Previous actions, the DRC did review this application on January 12th of this year, and all the DRC comments have been addressed or addressed in the recommendations of approval. The Architectural Review Committee did review a formal review on January 4th of this application, as well as a full follow-up review on March 1st of this year, and unanimously recommended approval of the design with one minor suggestion to the applicant to consider, and they went ahead and made that change. It had to do with the roof line. And then finally, as I mentioned, the LPA did review this application on March 9th of this year and unanimously recommended approval to the City Commission. Having said all that, staff recommendation is to approve application DR 22-01 for the design review, and subject to the following 3 conditions you typically see. I don't need to read them, I don't think, and you know what they are. You got to meet the code. You have to have it consistent with the land development code and the design review applications, and then, of course, the expiration that is in the code as well. So with that, I certainly can answer any questions, and I hope that was brief, if not brilliant.
Okay, questions for our staff? Vice Mayor, anything?
Yes, ma'am, just real quickly. Joey, thank you, sir, for the presentation. Could you go over the in and outs of that entrance again from both eastbound and westbound?
Sure. So the way that the project is designed is a vehicle traveling, including the buses you'll hear about that we're going to be picking up and dropping off players. Traveling eastbound will get into a left turn lane and use the median to enter through the western entrance into the site.
Westbound.
And then we'll be able to travel through the site, essentially through the buildings, between the 2 buildings, and then exiting out on the east side of the property back out onto Causeway Boulevard.
Okay. And then if you're heading eastbound?
If you're heading eastbound, if you're coming from, for example, the Causeway or Honeymoon Island,
right,
it would be right in. You would make a right in movement into the site, again, on that west entrance, and then you would traverse through the site, either park, whatever the case may be, and when you exit, you would exit out through the east.
Okay. And I know that sounded like such a simple question and answer, thank you, but and I thought when you said it the first time, you were implying that the right turn lane was going to be in and out like it was the same entrance, and I was
They're one way.
confused. And
They are one way.
And I believe this was talked about in the LPA, but eastbound, there's 2 lanes. There's a left lane, but there is not a left turn lane. But there is a left turn lane eastbound heading in. And it's probably not a city answer. I'm sure that's the county or the state that would address that. But is there any thought on, is there going to have to be a left turn lane? Because they're turning left from the left lane, but should there be a left turn lane if
So-
they're westbound?
Yeah, I think I would have to ask the applicant. I know they've had conversation. You're right. First of all, yes, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. It is a county road, so, but I've heard the developer repeatedly state that they've talked to the county, and the county is not anticipating needing to do that. So, and I'll certainly would defer to them on that item as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Any questions on this one?
Well, are you just able to highlight the changes in design since we've seen this before?
I'll leave that up to the applicant, because I know there was quite a few since the 2 formal reviews. So if you don't, I would prefer to have their architect walk through it, because after the first review, they made a series of revisions, then went back again in March, had another full review. I think both were really productive, so I would leave that up to Mr. Coleman. I think he can highlight those best.
And are we actually going to see the renderings?
The applicant will present their
Okay,
their
just
design.
making sure, for the public's sake as well as
Yes.
ours.
I did include everything, excuse me,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did include everything in your backup as well, though, with the agenda.
Yeah,
But
no,
yes,
I
the
saw
applicant
it.
will.
I just want to make sure we're going to do that.
Anything, John?
I'm covered by that
Okay.
comment and question.
Okay, applicant presentation.
That's not the Blue Jay Hotel right there. Yeah, no. It's like a city hall to me.
It's like a city hall.
Wow, doesn't it look nice?
Yeah.
It does.
I thought I might have a cursor. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I'm happy to be here tonight on behalf of the J Hotel. My name is Rod Coleman, architect with SDG Architecture, 793 St. Christopher Drive, Dunedin. We started the process a couple of years ago, and it has gone through several evolutions, and this was one of the early versions. Just wanted to bring that this evening. We're currently, at this juncture, the J Hotel, we're coastal vernacular architecture. We are 2 stories above the parking. 68 rooms. We do have a meeting space for the Jays to use with their players. We do have some continental dining. However, the players will be the primary user of the hotel 80% of the time, and they're going to be getting all of their nutrition from the Player Development Center, at least in the mornings and lunches. Evenings, they may visit the neighborhood restaurants. We are providing a pool, and we are going to be 100% solar powered in this building. It is a fortified construction, meaning that it's insulated concrete form construction, 2 layers of insulation in and out with poured reinforced concrete in the center. And I can ask Doug to speak a little bit more about the ICF construction. You had mentioned, Commissioner Freeney, about the changes. There were a number of changes, primarily most of them related to the roof lines, dormers, some of the trim treatment on the building and so forth. But we've had some very good exchanges with the Architectural Review Committee and have, I think, incorporated several good ideas. We're going to walk counterclockwise now around the building. This is the west facade. You'll see some balconies that they are the only rooms that have balconies. They're on the western end. The towers represent the stair and elevators in the buildings. And as we move around to the south, this is the facade that faces our nearest neighbors. We took the large, long building and broke it up into 3 individual or smaller facades. They are all connected, but they look like there are 3 separate buildings. This was just to bring the scale down. This is the east facade. It's labeled west, but it's really the east, facing the Frenchie's Seafood Market. Looking at the plan, you can see the area of the building that's closest to the property line, adjacent to the trail and the Causeway Boulevard. At the upper right-hand corner of the image, we've brought the building in to provide green space. The building on the west edge of the property is also brought back 10 feet. So we do have 5 sets of stairs, 2 elevators, and a pool. You can see it located there. The driveway in the western, the upper left, is essentially the existing drive where it is today and is being used. That's a one-way in, and then the exit is to the far right, or the eastern edge, next to Frenchie's Market. That'll be a right-only exit onto Causeway Boulevard. And there are, I think we said 60, it was 62 spaces, yes, 68 rooms. This is the first level of rooms above the parking. The large room at the upper center is the meeting room for the Jays. And then our next level up is the connected level, which is the hotel lobby. Here we have some three-dimensional views for contextual purposes. You see the orange in the lower left is Frenchie's Restaurant. The parking lot to the right is Marker One's parking lot. The brown or tan roofs behind are the neighbors to the south, Walgreens up to the upper left, and the sheriff's North County facility. Causeway Boulevard is right in front. You can begin to see the proximity of the inbound drive relative to the medians in the median cut in the Causeway Boulevard there. Moving around to the west, you can see again Frenchie's on the left. The large vacant parcel was explored at one time for this use, but development order really asked for a restaurant, so that'll stay there until such time. But the parking lot in the lower right, or lower right of the picture is Marker One's, the condominiums to the south. Moving around to the south, you can see our solar panels, the 3 individual breaks in the facade. At the eastern end, see the relationships of our neighbors to the south. Now down closer to the ground at the trail, you see our inbound drive. This wall was partly required by the code, as we need 80% of the front solid. So, but the wall here, it wants to be 50% opacity, which we have accomplished with the planting. Moving into the drive, you can see straight ahead is the trash removal, the dumpster screening. Moving further into the property. Now you can see down the drive towards the exit, the third floor connection of the buildings. And here's our pool. The lower balcony there is off of the meeting room. And the upper balcony is some of the continental dining that will be available for the guests. And that concludes my presentation. Open it up for any questions.
Okay, I'll start at this end. Questions for the applicant?
No, I don't think I do have any. I think you're pretty thorough.
I didn't before and don't now. I mean, from the review that I had done.
Question? Question?
Oh, man. Real quickly, where the bus pulls in, into the hotel property, that gap does seem to be narrow. Is there going to be room for players to get on and off the bus?
Yes. Yep.
How many EV stations?
Gee, I don't know. How many would you like?
I see two back there on Doug. Is that part of the record? Three?
He's saying three.
Three? Is that official to the record?
He's going to add four.
Gestures behind my back?
Because there is at least one, correct? Yes, okay. It's a start. Not a
One
good-
to four.
Not a good start, but it's a start. Thank you very much. And you had mentioned 100% solar. Do you know, are you going to actually be net zero? Do you know you will be net zero?
No, we're going to be still connected to the grid, but the
Well, you'll
building's
still be
going to run.
connected to the
Yeah.
grid, right,
Sure.
okay. All right. And bicycles? Thank you all very much. Good.
Okay. I don't think I have any questions. Just want to remind everybody, we've seen this, I don't know, 8 times now?
This is the 101st time.
Yeah.
It feels like, yeah.
I think it's about 8, though, right? Okay. I'm going to open this up. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak to this item, please, do we have cards?
Not for this item.
Not for this item.
No.
Okay, but I'll just check. Anybody want to speak to this item? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Can you read the ordinance, or
It's not an ordinance.
oh, there's no, that's right, there's no.
There is no
never mind.
ordinance associated
Never
with this
mind.
item, Mayor.
Yep.
So now it's just back to the city commission
Yep.
to deliberate and vote.
Okay.
Take a motion.
Need a motion?
Well, hang on just a second. Well, we do have, does the staff need to do any rebuttal on anything that's been said?
They gave me a head shake.
Okay, I didn't see the head shake. I just want to make sure I'm following the rules.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, okay, is there a motion to approve this design application?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Tornga, thank you. But we haven't had a chance to deliberate, but anybody need to deliberate, or can we just do final comments with this motion?
Fine.
Okay, because we've seen it a lot. All right, Commissioner Franny, who is also our liaison to the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, and it was hard not to be able to talk to, some of my Blue Jay associates about this. So we've got one more hearing to go on that, but, so my comments? Or,
Hey,
no?
let me just ask,
I just wanna make sure.
it would be, but, Nikki, can we talk about the thing I asked you about after we do the comments here? As to not,
Yes.
okay. I just don't want to I don't want them to talk about two things at once, because we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, right now, the discussion should be about the motion that's on the floor,
Right.
but you can take up,
I will.
okay,
after.
you can take up that
Yep,
next
your
item
comments.
after.
Okay, well, like you said, I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 8 times that we've seen it, but we've seen it a lot. And I say thank you very much to everyone involved for the patience level. We have a job up here, as you know, and the job is, the whole community and making sure we get it right. And you stuck with that and came back again and again. And I look at it now, and I think it's great. I think it's a great look. It'll be a great look on the Causeway. I noticed you did the green wall in the front, which I know is a passion of the mayor's, but it looks good. 100% solar is great. Decrease in vehicle trips, which I know that's always the big concern out there. And again, the traffic study's done on it being a full hotel versus what it's going to be, which is 80% Toronto Blue Jays, and they'll be bussed. So that's all great too. And I think my favorite part of this project is that we found a way to get to yes for someone who's been a terrific partner of ours since 1977, the Toronto Blue Jays. I have no doubt it's going to be a quality project, and it'll be kept quality, so I 100% on board with this.
Commissioner Torga.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for an excellent product. I'm real pleased with how this has come out. So as noted, I'm in full agreement.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you for clarifying the one way in, one way out, because it wasn't quite right. I'm sure many of us talked to Jennifer about that. I was very impressed with how the Architectural Review Committee, I wish that we could have shown that, how they actually took things and said, okay, the roof line, here's red lines, here's some questions. It was really pretty amazing. And that group is peer-to-peer, because it's architecture and design with the architects doing the development.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased to see their expertise and how far they've come in this process. Thank
Yeah.
you, Rod.
It was a very good exchange.
It looked like a very good, and as I said, I wish they could almost see how much work they put into it with all the comments. I was very impressed. It's my understanding that the public art is to be interwoven in the design.
Yes, I didn't mention that. The parking garage is going to be screened with the public art.
Okie dokie. Okay, and so my final comments is, again, my proudest thing is that you worked with your neighbors. And you weren't really required to, but you went out and said, we want to sit down with you. We want to sit down with you on buffering. We want to be complimentary. We want to be good neighbors. And I really appreciated that. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you guys for being such good partners. Thank you for your patience. The public art on the parking, I don't know how public that will be. So if you can make it as public facing, that would be, as you can, that'd be wonderful. Thank you for being so conscientious to the environment. Thank you for your focus on solar panels and bikes and more charging stations to come. But all in all, thank you for being great partners. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In our agreement with the Blue Jays, one of the negotiation factors were dorms. You remember that, Charlie, I'm sure. That was early on in the beginning. And in our conversations with the county, everybody, at the government level anyway, determined that that wasn't workable. Not only because the location would be on Salon and it would be too intense, and there's no place for the players to go walking, but because it would be on city land and there would be no tax dollars collected. And you all still agreed to be our partner for the next 25 years. and you went out and solved your own problem, and the public gets to benefit from it, including small businesses around there. That is a win-win for everybody, and we're not investing a dime in it. You know, you all are doing it from the Jay's perspective, so I just think that's a win-win. From sitting on the Visit St. Pete Clearwater board, I know that the Phillies are going to be asking for dorms, and I know that they're going to probably get the same answer that they got from us, or that we got. So I just think it was a really creative way to solve the issue. These are minor league players. Many of them do not have cars, if any. So, you know, they're 18 to early 20s, right? And then staff that's training them. And these guys are from all over the world. It's like 6 or 7 teams, right, that you have coming in and out. And instead of them being scattered and giving Clearwater the money or wherever, they're going to be here and contributing to our local economy on the Causeway. They're going to support those businesses on that end, and be able to walk to the grocery store and to the drugstore right there, Walgreens. They have a liquor store. I'm sure young men want to know where they can get a beer. And there's cricketers, you know, there's the dollar store. I mean, there's everything. Benedict's.
They're not allowed to drink, I don't think.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
wondering
well,
about
you
that.
try telling an 18 or 20-year-old that they're not allowed to drink. Right, Kathy? We have
They
them.
want to be in the big leagues.
Anyway, there's a lot of things that they can go do just walking. I will say that, and I know you're going to work on that crosswalk, I am also concerned about that turn lane, taking the left turn. You know, when you look at it there, and really not necessarily about the bus as much as I'm more worried about the 2 months or so that you're going to be renting out as short-term rentals. And again, it'll still be at specific times, not likely to be in rush hour times, rush hour for the Causeway, which is a different rush hour than anywhere else. I am a little concerned about that, so I just throw that out there. We have seen this and seen this and seen this. You've changed it. You heard us.
Or the arc.
Yeah, and so I just really appreciate all of that. I'm highly supportive of it. Rebecca, roll call vote.
Commissioner Gao?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kynes?
Aye.
Commissioner Tornga?
Aye.
Commissioner Franny?
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. I'm going to talk to Nikki here in just for a second on behalf of this project. So I bet you remember, and John, I think you might remember, I'm not sure that you were here, but you remember Renee had the 2-story place next to the living room, and we agreed to only see it one time instead of having the second time coming. I'm looking to you. We have seen this thing over and over and over again. And I think in this particular case, because we've seen it so many times, and there's not one single person here to speak to it, they've all come, they've all sent us the emails. I would like to just, Nikki can explain how we can not have to see it a second time, but I wanted to get your feelings about that so we don't make them come back again, given they've been here 6 or 7 or 8 times.
So, the procedure that the mayor is referring to is, this is your design review approval. So this is your own process. This is not an ordinance. I'm just going to say that, so that way it'll be clear, because I know there's some confusion about that process. But under your code, under 104-2479, your review and approval decision for your design criteria, you have 3 public hearings. One at the LPA, one here, and then you have legislatively had a 3rd public hearing. You can determine under subsection B, if the application is approved with or without conditions and no changes are required, the commission may waive the 3rd public hearing. So that's what the mayor is asking if you all want to do. I'm just explaining that it is different from the other items, for example, that you'll see on your agenda later tonight, because it's a design review. So that's why.
Yeah, those
you
other items
have
would
the
not be
ability
able to be waived.
to waive the second city commission public hearing, because it is your own imposed requirement, and you actually legislate how it can be waived. So it's up to the commission, and you've made your own policy reasons for why the commission might consider it. I'm not weighing in on that,
Yeah.
just the legal procedure for you to do so. That would be a motion and a vote to waive the 3rd public hearing. Otherwise, I think it's already later on your agenda to be slated for second public hearing on the 21st.
Third public hearing.
Third public hearing after
Yeah.
LPA.
And again, the only reason, it's not something I want to make a habit of, I mean, we've been asked many times to go down to LPA and a single meeting with us, and we've all categorically said, we don't want to do, we want to continue with that, because we want to give ourselves the opportunity to make changes from the first to the second. But there just has been a few times where, like in this case, we've seen it 1,000 times, we didn't ask for a single change, nobody's asking for a change. We've seen all the changes, so I feel like why bring them back again?
I'll make a comment.
You okay with that?
I agree. I see no purpose or reason for us to look at this. I don't think anybody's going to change anything. We've seen everything. We've had all the detail of this. I've gone over all the detail. I've gone over whatever I need to with the city manager. I've seen what everybody else has done with this, LPA, architectural review. I don't see any changes. So I think it's time to move on.
And
I'm
you had to do
comfortable.
the development agreement twice. I mean, you've had to jump through a few hoops at our request, so I'm trying to do the solid back to you for being willing to do that.
Yeah, and if I may,
Yeah.
Mayor, I mean, I 100% agree. I think as we approach the meeting tonight, you probably all think the same thing. You know, we don't always bleed design into the development agreement. We totally bled design into the development agreement.
We did.
Because we weren't willing to go with the density without seeing what it was going to look like. So we've been all over this, and it is very unique. So I absolutely, I mean, I'm happy to make the motion, but I'm certainly in favor of, I think it makes sense to me.
Let me hear from my other colleagues here.
I actually have no problem with it, with the reiteration again, that this is a design review. It is not an ordinance that
Right.
always requires LPA 2 hearings.
Right.
They're different subject matter. Correct? If so, I would have no problem.
I'm a big fan of structure, and, especially in a public entity. I certainly hear everybody on the dais, and I'm willing to say yes and agree to it, just as long as we're all clear that this really is an exception to the rule.
Yes.
And
Yes.
because the public deserves the number and the consistency that every project.
Agree.
But we did ask them to jump through some hoops, and they have done everything that we have asked. And so I like the idea.
And Commissioner Gao, if I could respond to that, because thank you for that. But it's so funny, it was so unique coming here tonight, because I thought to myself, well, this is going to be anticlimactic. You never feel like that with design review. Everybody's all over it, we're looking at, but because we've looked at it and looked at it, to me, it is truly unique. I wouldn't agree to it either if
Right.
it wasn't truly unique.
And I wouldn't ask for it.
But it's provided that we can do this.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Correct.
have,
This is your process
Legally
and your
provided.
code. This is not an ordinance.
correct.
Okay, did you want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to waive the third
I'll second it.
hearing, or whatever I'm
Okay.
supposed to call it.
Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Tonga, thank you. Probably no comments, right? We've said everything? Okay, all in favor of waiving? I can do it that way, voice vote? Or do I need to do a roll call vote? Oh, public hearing.
Since this is a second vote, you can go ahead and open it up and just see if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to be heard on this second item to waive. And this is not a quasi judicial decision, so no one needs to be sworn in, but you can, that would be appropriate, Mayor.
Anyone wish to speak to the waiving of the third public meeting? Seeing or hearing none? Okay, come back to the commission. Why don't you go ahead and do a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Kynes.
Aye.
Commissioner Gao.
Aye.
Commissioner Twanga.
Aye.
Commissioner Franny.
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Gentlemen?
Dig.
Hi. Hopefully we don't see you for a long time. All right.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Thank you. To be right, okay. Okay, Okay, we are going to,
We might need to ask people to go ahead and get in their cards.
yeah, let me just put these here. Okay. We are moving on to our ordinance 2207 of the City of Dunedin providing for an overlay framework for the entire city.
That can be used.
That can be used. It's not implementing this.
Would you like me to read the title, Mayor?
No, because we're not going to do a motion yet.
Okay.
When you do the title is when we'll do the motion.
Okay.
Okay? So I just want to remind everybody that the second item here, this ordinance 2207, is simply giving the city the ability to have an overlay anywhere in the city. It is not implementing an overlay. It's just changing our language to fit this other thing in our toolbox to use in the future. I do have a number of cards. I just want to make sure that, and again, you're welcome to speak to both ordinances, but you are not able to say this, it's about whether any overlay versus the south side. So you have to tailor your remarks to that. So when I call your name for public speaking on this particular item, I want to make sure that you all are really clear on what you're speaking to. So let's go ahead and we will, do you want to do an opening for this piece or do you want to wait for the next piece?
Actually, the staff's presentation is the ordinances together.
Right, but I have to do a public hearing for both.
Right. So if I could do an overview and then hand it over to
Okay.
staff for the presentation, and then we can do the public hearing for both, Mayor?
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, you're handing me cards. Is this just for B? 2B?
We'll separate them.
Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. We have a comprehensive presentation for you this evening. Before you this evening is the first readings of two ordinances, as the mayor mentioned. The first is 2B, not 2B, 2B is 2207. It's an amendment to the text of the Land Development Code to establish the character overlay category within the Land Development Code. And then the second, which is 2208, is the South Dunedin overlay area as well. So it's specific to that area.
And we're going to do this whole I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're going to do the whole presentation together? I mean, we don't want to separate it out because it really is two different things.
Well, first of all, the presentation talks about essentially how we got here. It goes all the way back to the beginning, the
Right.
citizen input and that type of a thing.
Right.
And then, George, we'll get to the overlay category. And that might be a stopping point there, George?
Yeah, I mean, the intent,
you want to.
this is a higher level review, to kind of cover both aspects, so it
I know how we usually do zoning and land use. We do it all together.
Right.
doesn't typically.
But for the purposes of tonight, it really is two separate things for the people who are going to speak, and I don't want them to get confused and get up and try to speak, and then I have to interrupt them, and that's my only concern.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Because
just
it really
by way
is
of
two different
background,
things.
we're going to be the front end. Kimley Horn is going to come in behind us with the technical aspect of it, so maybe that's a good spot in between
To
us.
break for this
and-
piece? Okay.
And then I'll pull them up, and then they can start to answer questions if they're specific to the framework, and we won't jump to the overlay right away then.
Okay. Sorry, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So the LPA meeting last month, as you know, I think that all of you watched most of it. We took a big step back to the very beginnings of this initiative, and then we took a deep dive into the criteria for the overlay, the South Dunedin overlay, its character overlay itself. And we're going to do the same thing tonight. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the process and the process that we use. And the reason for that is that in the intervening period, I spoke to a lot of people who really didn't understand how it is that local governments make laws. I mean, I think most of us slept through our civics class, right? I know I got an A, but most of us slept all the way
I
through.
got an A too.
I did too.
And those civics classes, they actually covered mostly the federal government. I got an A+, but anyway, so they cover mostly the federal government, right? And then the state government, and then the local government. So, and that's a real shame because they never ever talk about the process that a local government uses in which to make laws. And that's a shame because local government is the closest and the most impactful on its citizens. And so I want to take a step back tonight to talk a little bit about where we are within what is really a very regimented process of adopting new laws. So our Constitution is our charter and our Code of Ordinances, and amendments to our Code of Ordinances follow a very specific and somewhat arduous process as required by our code and by Florida statute. So Mayor, if I may, I'm going to ask Nikki to speak to that just in very general terms, just so that we can bring the understanding of exactly what the process is and what it is the City Commission is being asked to do this evening.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, and this is why I tagged that the process I was just describing with design review is different, because that did not involve an ordinance. Anytime an ordinance is enacted by any local government throughout the state of Florida, cities and counties, it's required to follow a statutory process. Yours is codified in Chapter 166, subsection 041 of Florida statutes. Every general ordinance, which is what this is, a legislative ordinance changing the text of your land development code, must be read on 2 different occasions, and one of those readings must be an advertised public hearing. That is the baseline, bare bones, minimum requirements to enact any ordinance within the state of Florida. 2 public readings, one of which must be an advertised public hearing. What's interesting about the city of Dunedin, and as you all know, I've only been working with you all full-time for about 2.5 years now or so, is that you all actually have adopted some additional advertising requirements on yourself, where you actually conduct 3 public hearings, one at your LPA level, which by statute is not required to be advertised. And by advertised, I mean published in the newspaper, advertised, not notice. I'm talking about the advertisement that makes it a formal public hearing under the statute. You all actually do one of those at LPA, which is sort of like an additional notice and an additional publication. You then have this meeting tonight, which has been published and advertised, meaning you're having a second public hearing tonight, and then you have a third one scheduled for April 21st on these particular items. But that process is the same that you use for every ordinance. So the city manager asked me to clarify that, and hopefully it's clear to all of you, and that there is no ability to waive your second public reading with regard to ordinances. That is statutory, and just like all of your other enacted ordinances, you will do 2 public readings before the city commission.
And this is different than what we just did with design review, because it's not an ordinance, it's not a zoning
Design review is not an
change, it's
ordinance.
nothing.
Design review is a totally, completely different thing.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Nikki. And by that third public hearing is already scheduled on the 21st.
Right.
And that's on your agenda to approve,
Right.
approve this evening. So, all right, I'm going to finish up my overview, and we'll hand it over to George. So this is a tough subject to understand. We all know that, and we saw that during the course of our community meeting at the Hale Center. So the presentation this evening will be in 3 parts. First of all, I'll do the broad brush approach, and then George Kinney, our Director of Community Development, will fill in a little more detail. And finally, Philip Demara and Jared Schneider from Kimley Horn, they're going to do a deep dive and show us some schematics as well. And so we are going to be repeating ourselves, but sometimes you repeat yourself and you're able to understand a little more. You need to hear things 2 or 3 times, I think, sometimes before you're able to really understand them. So as far as how we got here, I'm in my 5th year, believe it or not, as your city manager. And I recall that very first weekend that I came into town, that was the weekend that we started our visioning. And that was August of 2017. And I remember very clearly standing behind a group of people who were looking at a map on the Douglas Avenue corridor, the south side of Dunedin. And, I didn't know those folks then, but I probably do now. But, there's lots of comments at that point about the quaintness of the area, the historic feeling of the area, the vibe in the area, and what was conveyed to me is that it really is a special place. I mean, every area in the city is special, but this is our older neighborhoods, well established by brick streets and all those types of things. And so the issue in particular was one large home which was under construction, and I'm not going to say where it was because some lovely people live there, and I walk past that house all the time. But that the large homes were essentially impacting that feeling within the south side of Dunedin. And there's a general sense, actually, that we were losing that vibe, kind of one lot at a time, during that visioning, and since then, through the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee, through the citizen survey that we did, and just in general from a lot of our residents. So there is, however, another issue in that area that's even more impactful, and that is that we have multifamily zoning districts in the center part of these single-family neighborhoods on the brick streets. And George is going to show us a map. Those, God bless you, shows those. And that's a very unusual zoning pattern. And Vice Chairman of the ALPA, Dan Massaro, actually filled us in as to why that occurred, and that was that multifamily zoning was put in place in order to essentially populate downtown. When in the 80s we were trying to get downtown up and running. So, but what does all that mean? So looking at the future, what that means is that it is possible that someone could assemble lots, and my understanding is there's some lot assembly going on now, and build not only a larger single-family home, but also a larger scale multifamily development that is not compatible with the neighborhood. So how do we support the quaint, vibey feeling in the area of the overlay while respecting the entitlements and the property rights that are underneath? The approach to this issue by staff and by our consultants was to find what we thought is a reasonable middle ground. And so we need to look at the intent of the ordinance, establishing the character overlay to answer the question, what is that reasonable middle ground? And so I'll read you the intent and the purpose of the overlay category. And that is the character overlay districts are established to assist in implementing the goals, objectives, and policies of the Dunedin Comprehensive Plan pertaining to the protection of the character of existing neighborhoods and ensuring development and redevelopment is compatible with the surrounding land and land uses. And George is going to expound a little bit more on that word, compatible and compatibility. It goes on. It is the intent of the character overlay districts to protect, preserve, and maintain existing characteristics that contribute to distinct identity and sense of place, including physical dimensions, economic uses, architectural features, building height, and residential densities, while respecting property rights and preserving existing underlying zoning districts. Although there is disagreement regarding this approach, I think everyone in this room can agree that we want to preserve the beautiful neighborhood that we live in. There are some who feel that we've gone too far, and there are some who feel that we have not gone far enough. The presentation this evening, regardless, is going to answer a lot of those questions, a lot of the questions that we've heard from the community, a lot of the questions that we've heard from the five of you as well. And so with that, I'm going to turn this over to George, and he's going to elaborate.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. George Kinney on behalf of the Community Development Department. Jennifer kind of took a lot of what you're going to see in these first couple of slides, but the way we want to kind of set this up is we staff will do a quick presentation, not quick, but we'll do a detailed presentation on really just what Jennifer mentioned. How did we get here? What was the process to get here? And then we're going to dive a little bit into, we keep hearing what are my property rights? We're going to dive a little bit into how you ascertain what your property rights are, and then the impact of this overlay on those property rights. And then Kimley Horn will follow that up with a presentation of the actual ordinance and the technical aspects of the ordinance. So very quickly, first slide, Jennifer hit on this in her opening comments. This dates back, this effort really dates back to 2017. And actually, I'll show you, it actually dates back a little farther because of some of the policies in your comprehensive plan. But it kind of began in 2017 with those visioning exercises that the city manager mentioned. Those visioning exercises were a predecessor to the comp plan update. And that vision corridor effort was done, and it was there that we first started to hear about some of these issues in the south area overlay, in the overlay area. In 2019, as Jennifer mentioned, the citizen survey came out, and that's where we really started to get some feedback from the community and their concerns over overdevelopment and that loss of small town charm or that vibe that Jennifer spoke to. And that 2019 effort was actually followed up very quickly by the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee when they provided some feedback on the preservation of historic neighborhoods in this same particular area. And again, their concern for the loss of the historic homes and structures specific to this overlay district. So So with all of that feedback, the city commission at that time said, we really need to start to take a look at this and get our arms wrapped around what's going on. And that's when you all decided to bring on Kimley Horn. I wasn't here at the time, but Kimley Horn was brought on to kind of start to dive into what were some of the concerns and what were some of the issues in this character overlay area. And through a series of neighborhood meetings that you'll see on this slide that were conducted in 2019, one being in July and one being in November, they took those comments and statements and concerns and discussions that they heard from those meetings and brought that back to you in the form of a workshop in December of that same year. And really, it was at that point that the Kimley Horn said, you've really got three options here, based on the discussion that we're hearing. One would be go into your land development code and start to look at entitlements and potentially adjusting entitlements. And that's certainly a very aggressive approach. And I think that was quickly dismissed for the reasons that Jennifer said, that, we weren't here to usurp existing entitlements. We were here to kind of preserve those entitlements, but look at a way to drive compatibility into this area. The second conversation we had at that time was about a voluntary rezoning approach. And there were several neighborhood meetings that were conducted that you can kind of see broken out in the bottom of the slide in September and December of 2020 around that effort. That did not pan out. So as it turns out, it was at that point, basically in 2019, 2020, the commission said, let's take a look at an overlay and see how we can make that work. So that kind of led us to early 2021, April 13th, the City Commission conducted a workshop and really hammered out and discussed the pros and cons of an overlay. Your consultants were there, staff was there. We looked at that pretty thoroughly, and we thought, okay, let's go down this path and look at a way to balance what's going on the south side. That was followed up with a stakeholder workshop in October 5 of 2021, and then another public meeting workshop in October 28. Based on that workshop discussion, we decided to have a few more workshops because of the comments and concerns that came out of those meetings. And then in February of this year, we kind of finish up those workshop meetings with a city commission workshop and a public meeting workshop. And, I guess the takeaway from this chronology or history of events is that this has been a very lengthy, well-thought-out, citizen-driven process. It's not something that we just arrived at in the last year or two or three even. This goes back to 2017. And while the overlay is relatively new, that's still 12, 18 months in the making. It's not like it happened overnight. So with that history in mind, I kind of want to translate that back to your comprehensive plan. Going back to 2007, you've had a compatibility provision in your comprehensive plan prior to our most recent update. And it was Objective O at the time. And, Jennifer kind of hit on some of the aspects of that policy as the purpose statement for the ordinance that's being presented. But this is Objective 2.9, and I just want to quickly read this as well. It says, evaluate development and redevelopment for compatibility with the surrounding land and its uses. Development and redevelopment deemed not compatible will be denied. Compatibility shall be broadly defined to include physical dimensions, compatibility with surrounding properties, economic use compatibility, architectural compatibility with commercial areas and residential areas, and other matters that are relevant to the integration of the proposed development or redevelopment into the portion of the city which it is located. Powerful statement, in my opinion, very powerful statement. And this objective, which has now been translated into Objective 2.9 with the rewrite of the comprehensive plan, has several sub-policies to it, and that speaks specifically to height and architectural style. So again, I just want to kind of reiterate that not only has this been a citizen-driven process since 2017, this policy has been around since 2007. And part of this policy strategy says that the City Commission will implement land development code provisions that further these compatibility provisions. So that is a subcategory of the policy, and that's exactly what this is intended to do, is bring this policy to life in the form of regulatory control. So quickly, just a couple of overview facts and figures. This is the category, this is the zoning, the district in question, the overlay district. It's pretty much bounded by Edgewater on the west, Union to the south, New York to the east, the downtown border really to the north. While there are several parcels in this particular area, there are only 3 categories that would be subject to the provisions of the overlay. And those 3 categories are multifamily 7.5, multifamily 15, and residential 60. And so there are other categories that you will note that are in that particular map are FXM and MPL. Those would not be affected by these provisions. One other, so the next step I
I'm
kind of
sorry.
wanted,
Can you go back to that?
sure.
I think, do you have a little red thing? Can you point out where all the multifamily is in all the neighborhoods?
I don't
I think that's
know
important.
if I have a pointer or not. It's kind of this, it doesn't show up on the screen, does it?
Okay, well,
It's the, if you will, Mayor, it's like the burnt orange in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see the burnt orange areas throughout. Those are really the 7.5s and the 15s.
Yeah, use the mouse. There it is.
Okay, can you see that?
You guys see that?
yeah, so the yellow,
I don't know where to point.
so the yellow is.
Like this area,
Yeah,
this area, here, here, that's the multifamily, and then the yellow is the R60.
okay.
So what would not be in there is the Douglas Avenue corridor zoning of
Because
FXM.
that has its own, it already has compatibility stuff in it.
Correct, so
Right.
that's been written in, and then these blue areas are your MPLs. Municipal, meaning municipal public lands.
Where's the MF15 again? I'm sorry.
It's the
Any of the
darker
burnt,
orange.
The dark-
kind of the burnt orange areas. Here,
And the,
Here.
and the MF7 is the lighter beige color.
yes, it's hard to distinguish the two
Right.
of them between this,
But it's all through there.
but yes. Yeah, yes, and here's the,
Chicago.
Mayor, there's the 7.5.
Yeah.
It's the lighter, kind of
Right.
tannish,
All the way through to Wood Street.
right, all the way up through here.
Correct.
Gotcha. Including Scotland.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So what we wanted to do was kind of, so now we wanted to kind of say, all right, what will this overlay do to my property rights, if you will, for any of these 3 subject zoning areas? So what we did is we kind of wanted to walk through an example. We picked a spot. I'm not going to, hopefully the address isn't showing up there. We just picked one at random. But we're going to use Highland as an example. But there are really 3 components to determining, well, really 2 components in determining your development rights. I mean, there's always subtle nuances where other things are involved, but the primary mechanism for determining entitlements or property rights is through your land use. I think you heard Joey in the previous presentation talk about land use and the density that is offered by a land use category. That's the units per acre or the yield that you can get out of a particular site. And I'm going to walk through each of these. The second is zoning, and what zoning really tells you is what are my permitted uses in that zoning category? What kind of uses can I do? Can I do multifamily? Can I do commercial development? That's what the zoning tells you. But in addition, the zoning also provides what are called dimensional standards, and I akin those to development rights, if you will. So what dimensional standards are basically your setbacks. So, and I'll walk through some of that as well so that you can see that as part of the example. And then finally, I want to walk through floodplain and how floodplain is looked at as part of an overall development. And then I'll kind of bring that into the overlay discussion and the additional standards or provisions that this particular ordinance is putting forward. So kind of step by step. And, you know, for anybody at home that might be interested in doing this, it's kind of a fun exercise for planning geeks like me, but we have a single page that you can go to. You can see it on the left-hand side of the screen. It's called Find Zoning Information. You can get it from the city's website, very easy to find. And I've only captured the first 4 links there because those first 4 links are everything that I'm going to, has the information that I'm going to walk you through here so that you can see each one. And I'll kind of refer back to this, but you won't see it. But, you know, it'll give you an idea of how you can walk through and determine your rights and your entitlements. And the first one is really, that first link is really getting you to a base map that the city offers, again, on the website and available for use. And you can see on the right-hand side, so the first link on the left-hand side under Find Zoning Information, if you click that, the map that you see on the right-hand side will come up. When that map comes up, you'll see a field to enter an address in the upper right-hand corner, and that's where you'll enter an address, and it'll drive the map to that particular location. And then you can start to dig for your information. In this case, that Highland example, so I'm putting in that Highland address in my map, and what I'm going to get then is a pop-up menu on the left-hand side, and you can see it outlined in red there. There are really 3 areas of information that you can pull down on once you get to that particular property. And that is exactly what I just discussed, the land use, the zoning, and the floodplain. So we're going to turn each one of those links on one by one so I can show you how each one shows you what your entitlements or your property rights are. So once I touch the first one, that's the land use piece. So I've done that. I've gone to my Highland site. Now I've opened up my land use category, and I see that my land use category for this particular site is called residential urban, or RU. Now, using some of those other links in that first slide that I showed you, what does that mean? I can go into one of those links and I can dial down into our comprehensive plan and I can see what RU provides me from a density standpoint. So if you look at the picture on the lower right-hand side with the red circle around it, what it says is the maximum density in an RU category is 7.5 dwelling units per acre. So why is that important? Well, if I know my acreage, which in this case is 0.23 acres, I simply multiply that acreage by 7.5 dwelling units per acre, and that equals a 1.725 unit yield. Rounded up, it's 2. That means my property can support 2 development rights, or 2 homes, if you will, or a duplex, right? So now I know that's really my first entitlement, is my density and my development rights. So now I know, okay, I have 2 development rights. Now, what can I do with those 2 development rights? Well, now I'm going to pop off the land use slide, and I'm going to go down to the zoning slide. And in the zoning slide, so now I see, what's that? It's MF 7.5. So MF 7.5 is multifamily 7.5. That's the zoning. That's one of the categories that's covered under the overlay. When I open that up, now I can get a whole bunch of information on uses, and I can get my dimensional standards that I mentioned, or my entitlement. So one of those links will open up the box that you see on the lower left-hand side where it says MF 7.5, and if you follow that column down, the corresponding column all the way to the left will show uses, and you'll either see a P, a C, or a Z in any one of those boxes, or it'll be blank. If it's blank, it's not permitted. If it's P, it's a permitted use. If it's C, it's a conditional use, which is an elevated review. But in this case, I know I have 2 development rights, and I see I go to MF 7.5, and I see I can do a single-family detached home. That's permitted. So I have that right, but then I potentially leave a development right on the table because I may not have enough room to do two single-family homes. But I see also that I have a right to a 2-family or duplex. Well, I have 2 development rights, so I can place a duplex on this particular site based on the zoning. So now I know that. Now I know my development rights. Now I know that I can do a duplex, so I can utilize all those development rights. My third thing, or my next thing on this particular slide, is that lower right-hand box where I start to pull up the dimensional standards. All right, I know that I have these rights. Now where can I place them on the lot? And that's what this box does. This box tells you those dimensional standards. So in this case, and I'm just going to point out a couple of them because I'm going to build a development box for you to see as I go through this presentation. But in this case, for MF 7.5, for this particular property on Highland, I have a minimum front yard setback of 25 feet. I have minimum side yard setbacks of 7.5 feet. I have minimum rear yard setback of 20 feet, and I have a maximum height of 35 feet. Those are my rights, right? That's the boxes. That's what creates the box both horizontally and vertically that I can develop my site with. So, and I think what we're going to show you is that these development rights are not usurped through this ordinance suggestion. But what it will do, and I'll talk about each of the points a little bit later, particularly the daylight plane, which has been getting a lot of attention, but what it does do is it forces it forces compatibility as you get closer to property lines, and I'll kind of explain that in a minute. And these are the other, I just wanted to show you the other overlay categories as well. For R60, the minimum front yard setback is 25 feet. The side yard setbacks, again, are 7.5, very similar to MF 7.5. The minimum rear yard setback is 20, and the maximum height for R60 is 27 feet. On the left, the category that I showed you, MF 7.5, so again, 25, 7.5 sides, 20 feet rear, 35 feet maximum. And then MF 15 is a minimum front yard, again, 25 feet, side yards of 7.5 feet, minimum rear yard setback of 20 feet, and a maximum height in that zoning category of 50 feet. So you can imagine if you've got 7.5-foot side yards and you do want to do a 50-foot vertical, how that might impact, a neighboring property. But if it's, if a project like that is positioned a little bit more towards the center of the lot, that impact can still reach that maximum height, but it would kind of shower down as you got towards side property lines. And I'll show some examples in a minute. Finally, that third box. In this particular example where we're looking at Highland, if you turn on the FEMA map, what we call the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or floodplain maps, for this particular site, you see that it's not in a floodplain. So we kind of wanted to show one more slide where a property might be in a floodplain and the effect of that floodplain on a particular property. So this is a good example. This is a San Mateo Drive example. And with respect to, you can kind of see how the floodplain in the picture is kind of upper center. You can see how the floodplain elevations required by the zone that this particular home is in requires that first finished floor to be at a certain height above grade. Once you get above that floor, that's where your height would kick in then for your structure. And you can kind of see how that elevation due to a floodplain requirement really starts to overpower that house that's on the west side. The slides underneath kind of take that mandatory elevation away, and it shows you a much more compatible provision. So the point being that as you look at floodplains, there are required elevations that are really required by the federal government and administered locally, that will force homes to do exactly what you see in that upper middle slide. And eventually, that home that you see there to the left would have to do something similar or very much the same, because that property would also be located in that same floodplain. And if there was damage to the home or it needed to be reconstructed to a certain extent, then those elevation requirements would apply. So with that, I kind of want to just really quickly talk about the overlay. And there's really three changes that we're talking about here as part of this overlay. One is the architectural standards would be applicable. There are 6 styles that would be available to choose from. I want to emphasize here that the way this is set up, it's not intended to rise to the level of a design review that you just heard. It's intended to incorporate elements into a design that isn't dictated. And what I mean by that is the code is set up almost in a menu type of fashion where you bring in your design as you see fit, but you choose from a menu any architectural styles that you want to incorporate into that particular home as part of a building permit submission. From a staff perspective, it's very easy to administer that because we're just simply looking for that check-off list of items. So it's not a difficult task from a staff perspective. But again, I want to emphasize it's not about dictating design. It's really just about ensuring that a few elements are included in whatever design style a person would choose to look at. The second aspect of this thing is really drives towards compatibility, and the example boxes underneath kind of highlight it, where it says larger homes would be subject to a public process and compatibility standards. So if you look at the 2 boxes that are to the left, just think of those as 2 lots that are 60 feet wide, and that's the minimum lot width for an R60 zoning category. When I put in those setbacks or those entitlements that you have for that particular category, I have a 20-foot setback in the front, 25-foot setback in the front, 7.5 on the sides, and 20 foot in the rear. I do that for that lot right next to it, and I've created 2 building boxes. Those are the boxes that you can construct a home in or an addition in. When I look at that width of that building box that's created, it's about 45 feet in width. So both boxes at 45 feet in width would give you about 90 feet of front-facing profile of homes, potentially. You would have 2 homes in there that could potentially be up to 45 feet wide. If I combine those lots now, so I take the center line out of those 2 side-by-side lots, and you can see that's exactly what I did on the slide, on the picture to the right. I'm putting in my same setback provisions, my same entitlements. So I still have my 7.5 on the sides, my 25-foot front, my 20-foot rear. But now I've got a building envelope that's 105 feet wide. So I could potentially go in there as a homeowner and build a home that's 105 feet wide. What this provision says, once you get to 60 feet, which is the minimum width for the R60 zoning category, that elevates the review. Not saying you can't go beyond 60 feet, but it elevates the review and puts it into a design review process where the Architectural Review Committee and others would have a chance to look at it solely in terms of compatibility. And I lost my thought on the other one, but so that is the idea behind that is to assure that you're getting compatible development on larger parcels of property. And then finally, the daylight plane, how this concept would be applied is kind of going back to our original example on Highland, and again, incorporating that box of setback standards. So my front yard setback of 25 feet, my rear yard of 20, my side yards of 75. You can see how that looks horizontally on the ground. So again, I have that whole box that I can build structure in, and those side yards are preserved by zoning. When I look at that same box vertically, this is what I'm looking at. So those, again, my 7.5-foot side yards are on either side. My 35 feet, in this case, because it's MF 7.5, is my maximum height, and you can see that's sketched in towards the top of the structure. So how does the daylight plane work, and how does it affect what happens with those heights and those setbacks and all of those other and any other entitlements that I have by that box that's to the left-hand side? And as you can see, the side yards are obviously unaffected, and it's really about the height that the daylight plane starts to show an impact. And in this case, for MF 7.5, the way the code reads, you would go up 15 feet, and you would cut in at an angle, 45-degree angle, at 15 feet, and run through that maximum height line of 35 feet. And you can see by the dashed line what that does. And then by this next slide, you can see how it kind of pulls that off. Now, depending on the size of the lot, you still have full range of that 35 feet if you're centered on that lot, and you're providing that nice buffer to your neighboring property. As you move closer to the right with your property, that plane requires you to step that project down a bit. And in doing so, what it's doing is it's lessening that vertical imposition on that neighboring property, and it's showing and it's providing that that level of compatibility, if you will, to make sure that those developments are compatible. And I have one example that I just kind of wanted to show this. This is a real life one. I'm sorry for the poor quality of it, but this is a real life example. We had a resident come in a couple of days ago and ask, how does this affect my property? So in this particular case, this is actually an MF 15 lot. Their lot width is 91 feet. That's that length on the bottom of the screen. When you take in the 2 7.5-foot side yard requirements, that leaves their front building envelope up to 76 feet wide. When you see the plane, in this case it's MF 15, that vertical rise on the daylight plane is 25 feet before it takes the 45-degree angle. And this is to scale, so these are real numbers. So when you go up 25 feet, you see the 45s come in, and then you see them penetrate the 50-foot maximum building line. What that leaves at the center of the lot is 27 feet of area that you can still go straight vertical, right to the top of your 50-foot max. You can still do that. You can pinch all your development rights in there. You can set it up where you start to step down and spread your development rights a little bit more softly towards your neighboring properties. And, you know, of note here, the typical home is roughly 30, 35 feet in width. So you're talking about 27 feet here to start with. You're typically only going to need a little bit more room on either side to make it work. And this is probably a case where the daylight plane would not even affect the development. So there's going to be situations like that. There's going to be situations where lots are a lot tighter, and you're going to be forced to go to the side property line. But that's where it's important that that vertical imposition be softened, so that there's that recognition of the property next to you from a pure mass perspective. And then finally, I just wanted to very quickly talk about, you know, from a process standpoint, one of the things we heard was, well, you know, we're going to need extra staff to do this. We're going to need, architects to do this. We don't think that's the case. These are pretty simple, intuitive add-ons, if you will. The way the process works now, you apply for a permit, it comes through, it's routed to several different agencies, including our zoning permit administrator, who's here this evening. And, you know, and what that person does when an application is put on her desk, his or her desk, is they do just what we walk through. They go to the website, they check to see what the setbacks are, they check to see what the height is, they check to make sure that the building is occurring within the building envelope from a horizontal perspective. And what this will do is will simply say to the zoning officer, if a permit comes in now I've got to look for a couple of other things. I've got to look to see if some architectural elements were included in whatever the design was. I need to look to see if the building is under 65 feet in width. And I need to see the daylight plane incorporated into the proposal. Those will not take very long to review and administer, and I think they can be done, you know, relatively quickly. So that's the point of showing you that slide. We don't see any changes to the process as it exists. You know, with that, Mayor, I think that's the last slide I have. Kimley Horn, I know, is going to follow up with a little bit more detail, but certainly happy to answer any questions you have at this point.
Well, now's the time I think we would get ordinance number, the first of this piece out of the way, because it's two different subjects. It's either that, or I'm going to let everybody speak to both at one time.
Has staff's presentation concluded as to ordinance 2207? I can't answer, I'm sorry, Mayor, I can't answer whether or not they've concluded their presentation as to ordinance 2207.
This is the overlay, the ability, the textual change to even have the ability.
I'll even call it, I was going to say, I'll call it different than an ability, Mayor. It's really whether or not the commission wants to legislate a process by which residents can look at whether they want to establish future character districts in the future. So it's the process for residents to bring that forward and the characteristics to bring that forward in the future. It's not, I just want to be clear because you use the word ability. This is not required to adopt 2208.
Then why are we doing it right now?
Well,
Because it's confusing, I think, to everybody.
this is the question of whether or not you want to establish a general legislative process by which residents and citizens can bring forward future character districts. The establishment of the character district related to 2208 does not depend on the passage
But
of this
again, I
ordinance.
think the people who signed up to speak to this, to the future, I mean, until they get up here and speak, I don't know what they're going to say, but my guess is it has nothing to do with what you just said.
Well, I'm only
everything to do with the
explaining,
south
if you
side.
read the ordinance, the purpose of the ordinance 2207 is to establish a framework by which residents and citizens can request future areas of the city to be considered for a character zoning district. It does not, my point in saying, in the word ability, Mayor, is saying, for example, let's say the commission decided tonight to not move forward with this future process that could be used in other portions of the city. That is not required for the commission to consider whether it wants to adopt an overlay district of the South Dunedin overlay district. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so that's all that's was the clarity point that I was trying to make clear.
Okay, so now that we're talking about the future,
We're
but
talk-
it is before the south side, so I just want to get those folks out of the way and through the process
Right.
before we have another presentation. I know we have a lot of questions, and I don't want to hold it up for those folks to speak to this, which is more of a I won't call it housekeeping, but it's not directly affecting the south side at this point.
No, the intent of this ordinance as stated is to recognize the need for community-driven planning process that allows residents to request the city impose additional regulations within other areas of the city. And then it goes on to explain what those areas of the city should look like. Must be 25 contiguous parcels, must be 50% or majority of certain zoning districts, must be, so it's setting different frameworks to say, community residents in the future, do you want to use these frameworks to establish future character districts in other portions of the city? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
So
And
with
that's,
that
and
explanation.
I'm reading, just for the benefit, I was reading from section 103.31.3.2 intent of the drafted 2207 ordinance.
So with that in mind, I'm going to open the public hearing for ordinance 2, which is not the south side. I'm just going to get those people up here because I don't think that
Ordinance
that's
2207.
2207.
Yep, that's.
Okay, so we can move that out of the way. And with what Nikki just said, when I call your name, if that's not what you're here to speak to, we'll put you under the next ordinance.
Yeah, you'll have time to
I'll just,
speak.
we'll just move it
You'll
on
have
here.
time to speak to the
Right.
South Dunedin one during that
Right.
next meeting. Yeah.
Okay, first person is Rob Walker.
Mayor, I'm gonna
Refrain?
waive for 2207 and retain the card I filled out for 2208.
Okay, hang on. Deborah Bushnell, same? No. Okay, gotcha.
Deborah Bushnell, 645 Loudon Avenue, Dunedin. I am very proud of the city for having a compatibility provision in their comprehensive
Is that
plan.
microphone on?
Can't be.
No, I think it was on.
Is that,
No, you're talking very softly.
You might have to,
Hang on, Justin?
yeah.
It's not lit up, though.
okay, takes an expert. I'm very proud of the city for having a compatibility provision in their comprehensive plan since 2007. That's almost 20 years. That's incredible. And it's a very strong provision. The city has attempted to use it in the past. I think there has been very strong development pressure, as we all know. It's getting stronger, not getting lessened. So I think it's been a concern and an issue within the city as to how to enforce compatibility. And I think the element that's been missing is a process to incorporate it into the review process. There's been no way to really incorporate compatibility, it seems to me. Not being an insider, that's the way it looks from the outside. So I think this is an important step in all areas of the city to take a look at the areas of the city that perhaps have a historic nature. It has a historic character. And by that, I just mean a character that we want to preserve, or that it appears is unique and that should be considered. And it gives a process for making sure that what's put there in the future is compatible with what's there now. And I don't know that this is a perfect process, but it's the process that we have that seems to be the least intrusive and that seems to address the issues of being compatible with the community, being respectful of our neighbors, being able to live together in a way that respects all persons' rights and desires. So,
Deborah, I'm going to cut you off because she forgot to turn the clock on, and I know you already...
I'm done.
Thank you, sorry about that. Okay, Thomas Marco, is this the item you want to speak to, or are you wanting to speak to the next item, which is related to the south side?
I'll wait to the next item.
Okay. Choose C. Let's see, Patricia Lawrence, I think is what it says.
Yeah, that's me, so I'll wait for the next one.
Wait, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I think it says Thomas Don. Down?
I'll wait for the next one.
Okay. Hillary Giannis?
I'll wait for the next one. Thank you.
That's what I thought. I would have done the same, so. Okay, Ryan Sanders?
I'll speak to both,
Okay,
but I will stay on topic for this.
please do.
Yes. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Ryan Saunders, 250 Lyndhurst Street. I also appreciate in the actual ordinance itself, one of the objectives is to get citizens, the community involved. I think we have a lot of people very involved, a lot of people very passionate about this topic. What I'm concerned about is this sets the foundation for the whole city. And this has always been represented as South Dunedin, and I don't think the entire citizens across all of Dunedin are represented here today because they don't realize what is being voted on as a foundation is going to impact the entire city. Being that this is a foundation, I'm also surprised that we are also talking about submitting and building an overlay when we don't even have the foundation in place. And when we look at the foundation, the ordinance that I see on hand is 3 pages long. That's going to set up the foundation for establishing an overlay across the city. This has been it sounds great when the neighborhood says, I've got 25 contiguous units, this is fantastic, I can build an overlay. But what I don't think is truly represented what it takes to do it, and we've seen an extremely costly endeavor just to do this for the south side. Multiple years, a consultant on hand, is every time a small neighborhood of 25 homes say, I want this overlay in my neighborhood too, are we going to start again? Spend more money on consultants, spend more time, more energy of the city to this over and over, because 3 pages is not a foundation to me. It doesn't describe what happens in that little circle there on the zoning side. There's a lot of questions that I have that I'll save for the next section, the zoning overlay, the overlay that's coming up. I just don't think that's totally subscribed there. And so kind of beyond just the establishment, my mind shifts again to what happens in there, what are the changes that are going to be, then it's just not in those 3 pages as I see it today. So kind of what I'm looking forward to is how do we provide clarity on what this overlay really is for all of the residents, what it takes to actually establish more than these 3 pages that are there, and understanding that we're not going to keep spending money on consultants every time a block of homes says we want to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you fill out a card for 2C?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to have some duplicates.
Okay, that's fine. Just double checking. Okay, John Shine, did you want to speak to this item?
Yes, please.
Okay. And you have a group, so you have 10 minutes.
I won't go over
Rebecca.
the group today. I probably should.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to go over the group I represent today.
Okay.
I want to impress upon you that this is not just a law, an ordinance that you're passing, but it's an ordinance that you're passing to pass other ordinances. This is a way to create even more.
Nobody can hear you.
This is not, is that better? Sorry. This is not just an ordinance. This is an ordinance to create additional character overlays. So each time you create a character overlay, you are changing the property rights of those individuals within the character overlay. So each time, what you're actually creating here is a blank check so that the city can go and create character overlays wherever they want. Now, I continue to hear that this is a citizen-initiated, but if you look at the law, at least the last time I looked, and I tried to, it's changed a little bit. You look at the law, the city has the ability to mandate a character overlay. Non-citizen, non-neighborhood, the city can mandate a character overlay. Now, I'm a victim of character overlays, and I've seen character overlays get implemented. And I did a little research because in St. Pete, they implemented character overlays, and it's been a mess. But what they've done to fix that is recently they voted in an overlay to go over the overlay so they could make the overlay less imposing to the people in the overlay. Okay? Ms. Bramley, You helped Tamarack implement an overlay. And now the overlay is looking to impose colors on their houses. It's a slippery slope when you take away people's rights. It's a very slippery slope. And I want you to understand that this law allows your city, the government, to take away people's property rights. And it allows you to continue to create those laws and continue to take away property rights. And make no mistake, I hear a lot of confusing stuff about this. When you're changing the dimensional standards of a home inside a zoning, what you're doing is you're putting a box inside a box, okay? And so you are changing the person's zoning. You are changing what they have. Sorry, I had to do this last minute.
No, it's okay.
I think I'm
Yeah,
good.
For this
Yeah.
particular, it's an odd
Appreciate it.
way we've done it.
Yeah,
so.
no, I think I've said what I need to say, though. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, and Amy? I'm sorry, I can't read your handwriting. It's not that your handwriting is bad, it's that my eyes are bad. So this is.
teacher before a lawyer, so I should have better handwriting.
Okay, and this is a group, so you want to speak to just the overall ability to do an overlay, not the
Yes,
south side piece?
I think there's significant
Gotcha.
issues with the ordinance.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
10
Good
minutes,
evening.
please.
Amy Huber, 536 Scotland Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of Paul and Hillary Gionis, the owners of 159 Belltree Street, and they also own 435 and 445 Edgewater Drive. So they have 3 properties located to be impacted. Few housekeeping items. There have been numerous Public Records Act requests made related to the adoption of these 2 ordinances over the last several months. Those documents should be incorporated into the record of these proceedings. In the event that the clerk does not have them, even though they were produced to us, we're happy to reincorporate them into the record. We just didn't want to start to expand, so.
Rebecca?
I'm not the clerk.
I understand.
Okay.
But
So
I was
Rebecca,
also
you know
going-
what those public records are?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I was also going to look to your city attorney to confirm that she's comfortable with that.
There's not, this is a legislative hearing, so you can submit whatever you want to the clerk, and it will be retained in accordance with the State Record Retention Schedule, GS1.
All right, perfect. We also need to continue to preserve a due process issue with the way that this matter has been noticed, as well as the hearings that have occurred. Up until tonight is the first time that you have separated them, and even yourselves and your staff have kind of talked about how everything's been merged. It has not been clearly noticed up until this point, and so I just want to preserve the due process. So there are some, I understand that this is the implementing ordinance, but this is the ordinance that identifies exactly what needs to be done, who has to do it, and how it happens in order for an overlay district to be created. It's critical, it's crucial, it's one of the most important pieces of legislation that this commission, in my opinion, far more than one single development, you're deciding how the future of Dunedin, what parts of it are going to be preserved, how, and what parts are going to grow and be redeveloped, and how that redevelopment happens. And you're not talking about, you know, it's easy in zoning matters. People get very heightened related to one project, right? The Gateway Development Project, City Hall. This ordinance and these ordinances are different because they impact single-family homeowners. Most people in their lives, their single most prized possession is the place that they live. It's where you go home at night, makes you happy, where you raise your family, where you grow old with your spouse. Your house is your house. It's the place that makes you feel safe. It makes you feel good. And so these regulations, unlike other regulations, are impacting people's homes. They have significant and serious consequences. The thing that's most troubling is the way that an overlay gets presented and adopted. So I've heard your city attorney talk about citizen-driven, citizen initiative. Your charter has a very, very clear provision under Section 509 for citizen initiative petitions for ordinances. If citizens want to propose an ordinance, they get a committee together of 5 people, they go out and they have to get 15% of the public to sign on to that petition. We had somebody do that recently with in opposition to a proposal. You can do that in the city of Dunedin, and people have done it. And so if there was a tremendous need or desire for somebody to start to do something, they could do it. Here, it doesn't identify who or how an overlay. This overlay before you tonight was not citizen initiated or driven. It didn't follow a single procedure. Notice to the majority of the people in this overlay district wasn't received until just a few months ago. Yes, there was a meeting in 2019. That was solely and strictly for President and Albert. I understand, but your staff spoke to this. So
No.
it does.
I know, but we're separating that conversation. This is strictly about the overview.
But it's.
I'm not going to argue. I explained
And
that
I'm
to
not
everybody.
trying to be argumentative.
I explained to everyone that you have to speak to the overall. This has nothing to do with the South Side or even how the South Side was done, because this is completely separate. It's how it's going to be done in the future.
Correct, which the South Side has to comply with these regulations. So it is, and what we're saying is, there is no process identified in this as to who and when and how an overlay section or category is defined. It doesn't say whether it has to be the city commission. It doesn't say whether it has to be followed by a citizen initiative petition under your charter. It doesn't identify how it comes. It says that once you get to that point, it follows your legislative procedure, right? So when you look at 103.31 3.5, it talks about following Chapter 104. Yes, that's dictated by Florida statute and how you adopt an ordinance. It doesn't ever talk about the who, the when, what process is given to the people who are affected. In our opinion, and people sitting in this room, and you can see why they're all here, is because they weren't involved in part of that process. And there's no requirement in what you're about to adopt for future adoptions that the people in the overlay district should be involved before it ever gets to this point, long before this. There should be a requirement that a percentage of the people within the overlay are supportive. Doesn't have to be unanimous, because that's why President Albert didn't happen, but at least 50, 60, 70% of the people within the overlay should be supportive of it. We shouldn't be doing something that impacts, in this instance, 1,400 properties, where the majority of them are opposed to it and adverse to it. The whole point of this is small and compact. 25 compact and contiguous, which is what Albert and President were. So if you start there and a percentage of those people are supportive, then and only then should it move. So that's where this ordinance should not be adopted the way it is. It fails to identify a process. It fails to include the property owners that are involved in it. Moreover, the criteria, I'm a little confused by this, because it has 4 mandatory criteria, and then you have to have one of the additional criteria. One of those, number 1, says a distinct architectural character present in the defined area. How is that not one of your mandatory criteria? If the whole point of creating a character overlay district is to preserve the character, why is making sure a distinct character isn't mandatory? Why is it just an additional? That's the whole point of a character. You have to have one distinct character for that area. Yet here, it's a throwaway. You may or you may not. The other 4 criteria identified in the additional, they're vague, they're subjective. Zoning code is unlike anything else. Those words are strictly interpreted. They're applied. They have to be applied. and strictly applied. You heard George, who I adore and love, by the way, so this is nothing personal. It was actually very difficult for me because I love George and Joey a lot. But what you're doing and what's going to keep happening has to be extremely narrowly tailored. The words matter more than anything in any other. Your comp plan is envisioning. Those are fluffy. The words in your zoning code, he has to strictly construe them. He has to look at them, and here he has no process. It poof magically appears. And then when you start to evaluate whether or not an area actually should move forward with an overlay, those criteria also should be extremely objective, not subjective. And it's not happening here. And so therefore, we would urge you not to move forward. This item needs to be deferred, it needs to be corrected, and it needs to be modified before it goes one more step further. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, those are all the cards that I have for this particular ordinance. So based on some of the input, I'm going to formulate some questions for all of us. I'm going to, Nikki, probably look at you. So there is a question on how this was advertised, confusing on how it was advertised because it was taken together in past presentations, and now I'm the one that separated it. So have we?
I'm not sure what the question is. The ordinance.
That there's a due process about advertising. So did we appropriately, legally advertise this?
To my knowledge, based on representations from the clerk, this has been advertised more than 10 days prior to adoption, which is not even scheduled until potentially April 21st.
Okay, then there was,
Mayor,
yeah.
it was actually a motion of the LPA to bifurcate the ordinances into separate ordinances as well.
Okay, that's right.
Right.
So they're the ones that separated it because they wanted to keep it two separate things.
That's correct.
Okay,
But
which,
can I?
Yes.
Did that legally have to happen, or that was just their recommendation?
It was their recommendation,
It was their recommendation,
which
but.
staff concurred.
And in general, that's fine because ordinances are appropriate to be divided by their purpose. And so I think what the LPA said was this was serving a different purpose than the establishment of the South Dunedin overlay.
so that's what they're recommending, and they're our
Correct.
planning board, and they're the ones recommending that to us, and so we followed their recommendation. And so when we advertised it, we'll have today, and then we'll have the next one. So there has been no undue process.
Well, due process is notice and an opportunity to be heard. So it's also interesting that people are here and this is part of the process. We're doing it right now. People are here tonight to be heard. They'll be here tonight. They'll be here on April 21st to be heard. And that is what is, when people say due process, it means notice and a right to be heard.
Okay, and then can you explain, there was mention of citizen initiative in our charter versus petition versus this, and the difference in that.
Sorry, I can't really explain it because I can't follow the argument. There is
Well, I mean,
there is a
because
citizen initiative procedure in your charter for citizens to initiate ordinance in action. This is establishing a different
And generally, when
element of
folks
that.
do that, I'm
They
just.
both coexist.
Yeah,
You
they
can
do.
still do both.
But in general, the charter, when something's like that, it's generally people that they've gone through all their last resorts of communicating with us in any way, and so it's a way for them to force us to take a step. Where this, I mean, you described, right, we had the visioning, which was a chance for citizens to give input on what their concerns were, right? And it went from there to 8 or 9 other meetings up until today, citizen-driven, what they've been asking us for.
Correct.
And what we're responding to them.
Correct.
So does there have to be some specific process that they have to follow for like this example of the 25 homes? Is that described in there?
As far as the framework,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, there is language in there that we're comfortable with, but from a process standpoint, if that's what you're asking, we are comfortable. The Community Development Department is has worked with the city clerk and the city attorney to develop the language that is in there, and we are comfortable with that language.
Okay, and
And our consultants, sorry.
also, you mentioned earlier, Nikki, I just want you to reiterate that this particular ordinance has no relevance to the South Side overlay.
Correct.
You could move forward or not move forward with the South Side overlay, whether this exists or doesn't exist.
Correct.
Okay, this is how we're saying if that was going to happen in the future, that this is the general process that we will follow.
That was my understanding, and when it was one ordinance, and this was kind of the first part of it, that was my understanding, and then what LPA identified, this is really establishing a separate process for future potential districts, and I agree with that.
Okay. Any other questions on things that you heard on this ordinance? I'm looking at you, Vice Mayor. I'm starting with you. I tried to get them all, but you all may have heard something that I didn't hear, so.
Well, I think, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give more of my, more of my comments, because I think Nikki has well described that LPA called this forward to separate based on subject matter. The ordinance before us gives other areas a tool, if they wish to do another overlay somewhere in the city that will be citizen-driven, as this was citizen-driven since 2017. So those are more comments.
Okay, let me, excuse, guys, we gave you quiet time to speak to us. Please allow us to speak to each other, because this is the only time, because of sunshine law, that we can actually talk about it. So we would appreciate that. Are there any questions? Because I want to get a motion on the floor or not before is there a question?
Yeah, I just need some clarification.
Yes.
That apparently the South Side, we can go forward with that without adopting 2207. And 2207 is setting up a process for future. So I don't understand why a future process needs an ordinance, but South Side doesn't.
It does, the
Right.
future ones are similar,
If we didn't
they
adopt
also-
2207, could some other part of the city, north side, want an overlay or something without 2207 existing?
yes.
Yes. It's just, this is establishing a
It's just
process.
whether you
The
want to
process.
codify what the city would want to look at in considering those types of requests. That's what this ordinance is
Process only.
doing, correct.
Yeah, that was right on point. The city commission has full authority at this time, under current law, to move forward with an overlay anywhere in the city based on one citizen's request or multiple citizens' requests.
Right, sorry, I didn't
Right.
realize it was.
So this literally is just adding guidance
Right.
as
this
a
is if you wanna-
courtesy as
Right.
to what the commission might be thinking about
Right.
if we were to consider one in the future.
Correct.
But again, somebody could walk in the door tonight and say, and I think we've heard of somebody in another part of town, and we could say, okay, here's what we're going to consider, but we don't need an ordinance to do that. This is just a courtesy. You answered the question. I'm good.
John, do you have a question? Because then I'm going to ask for a motion when we get into comments.
Yes, I do, just for my own, at least for my own sake, and that's the correct thing to do up here. When I reviewed this, and I reviewed this then with staff, and then I came back and reviewed it, I saw it simply as a process. That if they wanted to do something like this, I also understand the rest of the part that's in our Constitution or Charter, that if you want a referendum, or you want, there's other ways of getting to this point, if you wished.
Mm-hmm.
But this was certainly then an easy way, not an easy way, a prescribed way. So is that what this is? This is simply a prescribed way of how you would do this, if you wished to do this.
Correct.
An additional way. Thank you. I just wanted clarification from my
So
understanding.
why don't we do this? I will ask the city attorney to read ordinance 2207 by title only, please.
Ordinance 2207, an ordinance of the City of Dunedin, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, City of Dunedin, Division 3, overlay zoning districts to incorporate Section 103-31.3, establishing the C character overlay as a general type of overlay district, providing for codification, publication, and severability, and providing for an effective date. This has been reading of Ordinance 2207 on first reading by title only.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kynes and Commissioner Rainey. Did you have any other final comments?
Do I now have my final comment?
Yes, you do.
Okay. I mean, this is a land use, we're tweaking land use, and all we're offering is that other areas, but we've already had other areas. They're going to have to go through a citizen-driven process. But other areas have said, well, you know, I don't know, maybe we'll be interested, maybe we won't. We're giving them an option, and it's codified. That's it. It's codifying. Objective O, which is 2.9 now. But this is the first time that we've ever looked at overlays as a way to look at, for the property rights of all, to regulate or look at neighborhood areas. We've never done that. And I think that this is strictly giving us a process, giving other people, they can choose to do it, they can choose not to do it, they can say, we're not interested in this, but the tool is now codified. Those are my final comments.
Commissioner Franny.
Yeah, I mean, I really think this just provides guidance and understanding to citizens who may have a concern in their neighborhood. It shows them criteria that might be considered by the commission. It really is guidance. Somebody can walk in here now and say they have a concern with their neighborhood, but it helps them to understand what the thinking might be. If the commission concurred, there'd be a process, everybody would be heard, all thoughts would be considered. So again, I think it just helps residents understand some of the criteria for this kind of thing if they have a concern in their neighborhood.
Commissioner Torga, anything?
Yes, I was actually interested when I had viewed this in reference to the comp plan, and I was kind of surprised that we actually hadn't done this before or hadn't thought about this before, because it almost asks us to do this in the comp plan. So,
Yes.
is that, so that, I'm not asking, but I mean, that's how I read that. And so, for me, again, this was, as you mentioned, another way of doing this, or another way of showing how this would be done, as averse to what exists today. And I didn't have a problem with it. It wasn't forcing anybody to do anything. It was just showing them what they would want to do if they wanted something. So I'm comfortable at this point. I realize that there can be some folks that may be uncomfortable with it, but from a reviewing standpoint, it works. It seems to work for me. It fits in the comp plan. The comp plan is very, very important to have, and we have one, and it's in there. It's been there for a long time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I agree with everybody here that I am surprised that we haven't had, if it's just a process on how the citizens can address the issue, that this is something that we probably should have had a long time ago. And so if this just is setting guidelines and clarity, then I think it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you. For me, it is just a process. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. So it's just setting up a structure. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Torga?
Aye.
Commissioner Gao?
Aye.
Commissioner Franny?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kynes?
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski?
Aye, and that motion passes unanimously. The second reading for ordinance 2207 is scheduled for April 21st, 2022 commission meeting. It's been 2 hours and 15 minutes. I think now is probably a good time to break before you guys get started, because we still haven't been able to ask our questions on this third ordinance.
And then Kimberly Horn does have a little bit more to present, too.
Right, no, I know that. But I mean, we haven't been able to ask our questions yet on that, so.
Okay.
We will come back at 25 after, please. Okay, thank you, everybody, for that
What was the date of that?
lovely little
City Commission meeting.
facility break that we all needed. All right, so to my colleagues, let's let Kimberly Horn do their presentation, and then we will do questions for them and George, but questions only, please, and then we'll open it up for public input. Okay? Okay, you're on.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate the time. Jared Schneider with Kimberly Horn. I've got Philip DiMaria with me as well. I'm going to start off and I'm going to recap a little bit of what you've heard already and talk about what got us here. And Jennifer and George did a great job on that. But then we're going to really dive into the mechanics here with our piece. So you all recognize this map. This is really the area. If I can get the, let's see here. There we go. So why are we here? Really, the development pressure that's occurred over the last 5 years or more have really caused more light on the MF15, MF7.5 that Jennifer talked about. This has been in place for a long while now, so it's nothing new, but it's really the recent development pressure. So really, we got the areas south of downtown, primarily single-family homes, and there's some historic areas in there as well. So really the purpose was to look at this character. We talked about that starting in 2019, and it's moved forward with several workshops over time. Again, the concern is really the development style that's coming in, and Jennifer hit on that. There's the potential where you could aggregate with MF15, MF7.5, larger multifamily homes. So really what we looked at with this character overlay was to build on 3 elements, and Philip and I will talk about that a little bit further. It's the building design, the compatibility concerns, and the architectural styles. And what we were trying to do with architectural styles is provide flexibility. Philip will talk a little bit more about that in detail. There's 6 types, but there's flexibility within those 6 types and ranges. So again, this is just an illustration of some of the concerns that we heard early on as we started to get into the public workshops, the multifamily homes and the heights. Really the larger McMansion homes, if you will, that was a big concern early on. So again, we've talked a lot about the framework earlier tonight, the character overlay, what we want to talk about, what it actually does. It really applies to a specific area, and it does maintain that underlining zoning. It provides another layer on top of that underlining zoning. And again, it's applying that neighborhood design compatibility that we're going to talk more about. What we're not doing is we're not removing the base zoning. You can fit things in with the daylight plane. Again, we'll talk about that more with the density entitlements that you have. We realize, I think we've heard a lot tonight that some folks are happy with it, some folks are not. Some want us to go further, some feel like it's gone too far. So we realize it's not a solution for everything, but this is really kind of what we felt after the past efforts that we talked about, and George touched on that with the voluntary rezoning. This was really a good solution. We've talked a lot about Objective 2.9 tonight, and this is really what we're trying to do with the overlay is help implement Objective 2.9. That second sentence really hits on development, redevelopment deemed not compatible will be denied. And then the third sentence goes on, and this starts to take this further, this overlay does. The compatibility shall be broadly defined, include physical dimensions, compatibility with surrounding properties, and it goes into residential uses. So really, this is the tool we're using to implement Objective 2.9. George did a really nice job talking about some of the past efforts. We were here before you all, can't believe it was a year ago now, nearly a year ago, on April 13th, where we talked about the pros and cons, and we really dove into the overlay. And then we had several meetings in October and several public meetings that we talked about. I got to say, it's been a lot of fun working with the community here too, and everybody, and the passion that we do have in this city. So it's really been great talking with everybody through this process. As we mentioned, we've had the LPA March 22nd, and that's kind of gotten us here to where we are today. I wanted to flash this map back up again. We talked about this earlier. So again, and I'll see if I can. Oh, now I'm going to mess up the mouse here. But yeah, we kind of talked about the areas. It's that orange area is the 15, and then the lighter yellows, the MF, or in the middle sections, MF7.5, and the yellows are 60. So again, this is applying to the residential areas within this red box, not to some of those purple areas that you see or the lighter blue. All right, so now we're going to get into some of the real mechanics. I'm going to have Philip talk about the three main components of what's in this overlay. So we're going to start to dive deeper and kind of cover some of the stuff that George already talked about.
Great, thank you. Pleasure again. For the record, Philip DiMaria, certified planner with Kimley Horn. So the three main components of this overlay are sort of grouped in three categories. The first is addressing the concerns of height, and the primary focus of addressing those concerns are through the implementation of a daylight plane, which we'll cover here shortly. The second is what we're calling or grouping into a category known as building design, and that's really focused on certain elements of a home, what makes a home, and how it complements or bolsters neighborhood character. And then third is architectural style, which is a defined means of designing an actual home. And the Cooper-Johnson Handbook, created for the city and used by the ARC, it has defined those styles further, with the exception of one type, which is mid-century ranch, that we'll cover here shortly. But each of these components make up a subsection of the chapter of the ordinance that we're reviewing here tonight. We'll go on to the next slide. So the first prong is the daylight plane itself. And so you can tell here in the graphic, and we'll cover it here in more detail shortly, but the idea behind a daylight plane is that you specify a vertical height from the side setback line, and you begin a 45-degree angle from that defined height that sort of makes its way into the center area of the property. And the idea there is really addressing specific issues like general compatibility, impacts of height on neighboring properties, privacy, and also gradual transitions. Generally speaking, as it relates to zoning and the use of zoning within municipalities, we're really focused on the edges and transitions between different zone districts. And as you saw in the zoning map, in this specific South Douglas area, there are three very markedly different zone districts that have different uses and entitlements, which George covered earlier. Next slide, please. Okay, so as far as the text is concerned, and I'm sure everyone in this room probably spent some time reading through it, but I want to key in on a few specific items. The first is a definition of a daylight plane, and that is defined in this ordinance. And I alluded to it earlier, but I'll read it for the good of the audience. It's an inclined plane beginning at a stated height and extended into the site at a stated upward angle to establish the building envelope within all new structures or additions will be contained. So that is the daylight plane establishment. So if you could picture a cube that the property or building envelope that makes up the buildable area of a property, the daylight plane would cut into that cube and sort of create almost like a pentagon shape, and which we'll view in specific detail here shortly. There are specific items that are excluded from the daylight plane requirement in the South Douglas area, and those are covered in the ordinance as well. And you can see that in the left-hand corner. They include chimneys, roof extensions like eaves, if you have extended eaves off your roof, dormers in certain situations, if they meet certain requirements, will not be covered by the daylight plane or just by the daylight plane. Television antennas or dish antennas, side property lines on residential property which border a property which is zoned non-residential. So that's means that you wouldn't have to use the daylight plane if you are adjacent to an FXM or one of those public municipal properties, because compatibility just isn't as much of a concern for those properties. And then 6 is an important one that we want to key in on, and that's if the daylight plane would render the property entirely unusable for residential purposes, the property is exempt from using the daylight plane. The last thing that this ordinance is meant to do is to take the rights of property owners and exclude any sort of development on a specific property based on unique hardship. And then we keyed in on some specific overlay language as well, which you can read on the right side. I'll skip to the bottom, which really, on the right side, which defines those specified heights. And the specified heights above the side yard setbacks are different for each zone district within the overlay district. The first is the R60 category, and that has a specified height of 15 feet. And so once again, this leg height, if you will, is the height above the side yard setback from which the 45-degree angle will begin. So the idea there is that within the R60 category, the primary sort of residential land use that we're seeing, single-family homes that are one story, 15 feet clears the one story, and then the 45-degree angle begins, and the maximum height in an R60 category is 27 feet. So logically, a gradual transition from 15 feet to 27 feet can occur. That's the intention behind that 15-foot leg. The second is within the MF 7.5 district. It has similar maximum heights. I believe it's a maximum height of 30 feet or 35 feet. 35 feet in the MF 7.5 district. So once again, the 15-foot leg gradually transitions to 35 feet in the middle of the property. And then lastly is the MF 15 zone district, which has a maximum height of 50 feet, which is markedly different from 35 and 27. And because of that, there was additional height granted to the leg, and that begins at 25 feet, which would allow a second story at that side yard setback line. Next slide, please. Okay, so a lot of language. This is it in picture format. Basically, how does it work? Once again, those legs are shown on the side, so whether that be 15 feet or the 25 feet, that would be that specified height above finished grade, which you can see on both the right side and the left side of the image. And then the 45-degree angle would then carry from that specified height up to the maximum building height. So we're going to run through a couple of examples of how that's applied in real life rather than just in graphical format. Okay, so the first example here is an R60 category. And so we took a lot, I'm not sure of the specific address, in the South Douglas area. It's approximately 60 feet wide, so this is your typical R60 lot. Once again, that specified height above finished grade is 15 feet, and this is drawn to scale, and that 45-degree angle would extend from there up to the maximum building height, which is 27 feet. So you can see how the current single-family home sits within that envelope. You can see how there's additional room for someone to construct another story if they wished, up to that 27-foot maximum height, but still provides for some level of compatibility and predictability, which is another important aspect to this overlay for the neighbors on either side of the single-family home. The next example is the MF 7.5 district. Once again, a specified height above finished grade is 15 feet in the zoning category, although that maximum building height increases up to 35 feet, as we discussed. Same sort of example. We don't have to spend too much time on it, but I think an important aspect to this MF 7.5 is really the rationale for a lot of what we're discussing tonight is that there are a lot of single-family homes, ranch-style, single-story, that sit in these zone districts today that could be redeveloped to greater heights and could potentially impact compatibility of surrounding land uses.
I think one distinction to make is the maximum building height here is the 35 feet is if you have multifamily. Again, single family, it's 27 feet. But we wanted to show kind of from a massing component, if one was today could do multifamily, we're trying to control that. It's not that boxy approach that we were just looking at. It's creating more of the setbacks. And same thing with the next one as well. So the maximum building height of 50, that's again if you're doing multifamily, but for single family it's 27 feet. So again, yeah, this kind of shows what again, we're trying to show what could be done, because you can't do multifamily today.
Great. And then, a lot of the question is, well, what impacts would this overlay have, or the specific aspect of the overlay would have, this daylight plane? And so this shows what could be built with the existing zoning by right on the top side, and then what we view as a potentially compatible development that fits within the daylight plane. Now, if someone wanted to build, a sloped roof, or have dormers, or some sort of Cape Cod style home, they would have the ability to do that as long as they're building within the daylight plane. But it really trims out those upper left and upper right corners of the building envelope to create just a general transition between these neighbors. Just quickly cover, this is an example that we looked at when we were thinking about daylight planes in general. This sort of example is what the town of Longboat Key uses, and what they do is measure from property lines and adjust the angle of the daylight plane based on the width of the property. As the property grows larger in width, the daylight plane gets flatter, and it further constricts the building envelope. Our intention here, once again, was to make this as easy to administer and also to make it as predictable as possible, and that's why we chose not to go with this option, but wanted to just clue you in on the sort of thinking and thought process that was used when we arrived at this.
I want to add on to that, and last public workshop we had, that's where it's great talking to the community. This is the direction we were headed, like so many other cities that use a daylight plane from this element, but we heard pretty overwhelmingly that it wasn't favorable. So that's where we went to the 15 to 25-foot sides and the 45-degree angle. And I think staff also mentioned this is just a little more difficult to implement too. So it's just an example of where we tweaked what we were doing from the public workshop. I didn't realize we had so many builds there.
Same sort of example, just taken with a different lot width. We can flip through this slide as well. All right, great. And then once again, this is just the other option that we presented to the community when we were thinking about these options, looking at types of homes, examples of how this sort of daylight plane would work, where there's a specified leg height and then a 45-degree angle at the top of that leg. All right, great. Just a few questions. Once again, just cluing you in on the thought process and also some of the questions and concerns that we received from the community in presenting these options. There was a question about neighboring communities, specifically the city of St. Petersburg and how they address compatibility in some of their districts. They bake it directly into their zoning code, but they use a lot of the same characteristics. There's a defined maximum building area for a first floor, and there's a smaller area for a second floor, and a smaller area for a third floor. So it's essentially, you arrive at the same place, just a different means of administering it. And they also use a floor area ratio, which we felt like could be a little less predictable because it both limits the size of homes in certain ways, but it doesn't specify where on the property those homes could be. So in terms of an MF 7.5 property, you could have someone group the majority of the building mass and scale still towards the edge of a property line. It wasn't clearly defined. Okay, so that was the first leg. I'll be a little bit quicker on the second and third. The second leg really had to do with what we called building design, as I mentioned earlier. It addresses orientation, garage and carport placement, building elevations, and one item that we made sure to include was this maximum building width provision that George covered very eloquently. So all of these are really intended to address general neighborhood character, what folks think of when they think of a residential community or a residential-based community is really focused on neighborliness, a sense of enclosure, a general a lack of garages pulled right up to the street, and all you see at the front of the house is the garage, that sort of thing that's really prevalent in some master plan communities you might find in other counties. And then the maximum building width is something that we'll spend some time on. And that, once again, really relates to homes that are proposed that would be greater, homes or multifamily structures that would be greater than 60 feet in width require additional city commission design review. And I thought it was pretty interesting that we saw one of those hearings here tonight, which we did not have the pleasure of at the LPA hearing. And I thought the discussion was great. But once again, it just, what it relates to is just additional scrutiny for structures that could be compatible, but also could not be compatible in the South Douglas overlay.
I think another thing that we heard a lot about were the corner lots and how you deal with that. So there's language within the overlay that addresses the corner lots too.
And then the third prong is architectural style. The intention here was taking a look at a lot of what the city already has set up in terms of creating a distinct identity or contributing to the identity of Dunedin, which I thought was really interesting, which we thought was interesting coming into a community that really talked about encouraging a unique architectural character, even if it's not extremely prevalent today. And that spoke specifically to South Dunedin, south side of Dunedin, because a lot of the prevalent architecture in this area is sort of a mid-century, post-World War II ranch style that you see in a lot of places. But a lot of places are tearing down those homes and building new, more modern or contemporary style architecture, even though they still contribute to the character of a neighborhood. So once again, the 5 architectural styles that are defined in the Cooper-Johnson book, Craftsman, Coastal Vernacular, Mediterranean Revival, French Creole, and Anglo-Caribbean, hopefully those are 5, plus the mid-century ranch, make up the 6 styles that are defined within the South Douglas overlay. Now, there's been discussion as to the type of architectural review that's required here. In the ordinance, you'll find that it's well defined. What we're asking for is that any new structure identify with a certain style, and then identify is defined as having the right building materials, having a roof line that is consistent with the architectural style, and then having one characteristic feature. And if you think of a characteristic feature in a Mediterranean Revival style home, it could be wrought iron fencing. It attempts to really thread the needle as far as giving some flexibility and latitude to design while also still supporting that character that's so important here. So hopefully that describes the architectural framework that exists within the overlay. With that, we'll entertain any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. This will be questions for both our consultant, George, Nikki, Jen, whoever we need. And I will start with Vice Mayor. Questions?
Yes, George. At what point, if someone came in and said, well, I'm sort of working with this style, would they have the availability to ask staff if ARC could take a look at it?
Sure, we offer that now as a courtesy service. Anybody that wants any assistance on, looking at an architectural style or enhancing that style, we encourage folks to use that group now.
Okay, second of
So we
all,
wouldn't change.
does each architectural style have a wide, it's sort of like it's like you're playing with many notes. It's how you put it together that makes the orchestra.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kimley Horn said it well. It's intended to be very flexible. So, what we don't want to do, we heard some talk about roundhouses and other different styles of homes. We don't want to discourage that, but what we're trying to do is offer a menu, if you will, for people to pick from to implement certain characteristics of whatever that style is that they want to try to identify with. What I'll say is it's not intended to rise to the level of design review. So what we don't want is, what we're trying not to do, at least with this recommendation, is get it to a point where, that's clearly not Mediterranean Revival, or that's clearly not Mid-Century Ranch. We want to be able to offer the opportunity to select from that menu and say, yeah, that works because you've incorporated those few elements, whether it's as simple as wrought iron or a flat metal, metal roof that's indicative of one of those styles, whatever that might be. But the idea is to handle that administratively through that menu option that Kimley Horn described.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I apologize. I did not mention the one other off-menu option, if you will, and that's that there's a sentence at the end of the identify paragraph that states, if, due to the nature of the property or other technical limitations, the structure is unable to meet the minimum number of features, then a property owner may request the zoning administrator seek an executive recommendation from the Architectural Review Committee.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point.
Jeffrey, Commissioner
you.
Gao.
Sound like my mother. The architectural style, right, so
It's
it's,
okay, I get called Juliana quite often.
I get called Maureen often.
with the architectural style, right, it's not going, there's no design review, it's not going before the Architectural Review Committee, it's basically part of the permitting process, checking a box as to style. Where's the follow-through? Where, how do we know that they're sticking to the style that they say?
So that's part of the building permit process. So we have inspectors that will, go out and perform inspections, and they'll assure that those styles are incorporated consistent with whatever plans have been submitted and approved.
Okay. Thank you. With the 45-degree angle, we talk about that 7.5 or 7.5 foot setback. When does that 45-degree angle kick in? What happens if a resident wants to build 8 foot off the line or 9 foot off the line?
So
when is it in play? When is it not in play?
So the vertical plane starts at the setback line. So if you move in from that, you would have less of an impact on the plane would not have as big an impact on the.
Okay, well, I know it's 7.5 foot, I can go up 15 feet, and then that daylight plane starts. If I'm at 9 foot, what does that look like? If I'm at 10 foot, what does that look like?
It's the same, it's consistent. So it's still starting at 7.5 feet. The plane is the same, the plane is the same for creating that vertical building box. Where you position your home inside of it is up.
Right, okay, right, so it's gonna start at 15 feet at the 7.5 foot, so where you are is how much farther you can, okay.
Correct.
Okay. That's all that I have.
Okay. Commissioner Franny?
So I get a lot of comments, and I think it just has to do with the geometry figures. So it's hard to image. And so people are like, oh, we're going to have a bunch of odd-looking homes. So can you talk about that? Because it really is hard. And, I've pounded this drum since the beginning. The geometry figures don't work for me. I'm kindergarten at heart. I need to see pictures. So help me. And it's gotten better. I appreciate some of the work you've done to try to give it visual. But can you respond to the concern that we're going to have a bunch of odd-looking places?
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we responded the way we did with the picture that we showed with the daylight plane starting at the foot elevation. So that's where really trying to give staff a clear picture. It, again, starts with the setback, and then you have the 45-degree angle. And George was just describing that really well. So yeah, it just builds off of two things, the setback and then the height, and then you've got the clear 45-degree angle. So.
I'll add to that. I think the legs, if you will, those specified heights above grade, 15 feet in R60 and MF 7.5, and then 25 feet in the MF 15, were chosen because those are logical breaks where stories would maybe cut in. So a 15-foot is a pretty logical place for a one-story building to cut. Now, you're not precluded from building a two-story building. Your second story or your third story, if you can fit it in 27 feet, would just have to be more towards the center of the lot, which is typical for a lot of neo-traditional kind of classic architectural examples. It's very balanced. The massing is centered towards the middle, that sort of thing.
So, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, so architecturally, you know, that's a natural cutting point, so architecturally, it should be able to be designed well.
Correct.
So on the architectural styles, let's just say that we have a home right now that doesn't fit any of these architectural styles. So they're going to do an addition. I mean, is there an exception? Do we make them do the addition that maybe doesn't match their existing home? How does that work?
Sure, that's a good question. I think, you know, first of all, if they have the ability, if they are redeveloping their home, that would be an instance in which this would certainly kick in. If it's an addition, that might not meet the definition of redevelopment under this ordinance.
George, sorry.
Sure.
We need a specific, not a might.
Sure.
Go ahead, George. If they're doing a room addition,
Yeah, I don't,
the room addition has to match the current house, does it not?
I mean, that would be certainly the
Okay,
law.
well, we need to make that certainty. I
Yeah.
mean,
So.
there can't be any question on that. That has to be a must. Sorry, well, I was just like, I'm not going with might.
Well, yeah, I just want clarity in the answer, whatever the answer is, because I mean, because I just don't want some unintended consequences, whatever that would be.
So the way it's written now, there's flexibility, again, flexibility in the way the home is designed. We would be looking for elements. If they were just simple elements that were already on the existing home carried forward, I think that's what we're looking for. But we don't want to make it so arduous that an addition would have to be a certain style that the main home is not. It would have to, we would carry that same framework throughout the addition.
So we'll review the ordinance and make sure that that's explicit within the body of the ordinance.
For second reading, yeah.
We'll definitely look at
because-
that,
Yes.
I mean,
We'll look at
That'd be
that.
great.
That's a very good point, and we'll definitely ensure that's in there.
And I mean, I've gotten these kind of comments. People are worried, you know, and I would be too if I owned, and I don't own, and I know two people up here do own in the overlay.
That's why there are two readings of an ordinance.
Yeah, exactly. So, is there anywhere, and I know what St. Pete's doing, is there anywhere that the daylight plane is actually in place?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of what this daylight plane specifically is modeled after is the city of Sarasota and Sarasota County. Sarasota County, as a jurisdiction, also employs a daylight plane. They see it as a general best practice. It's implemented in probably 5 to 10 cities across California. We have a list of those. Menlo Park, Palo Alto, those sorts of places are municipalities that employed a daylight plane.
Have they been in place long?
City of Sarasota has been in place since the early 90s, and they've expanded that to include areas like that. They've attempted to do similar to your FXM category in areas of redevelopment. They've also employed a daylight plane in those areas to make sure that compatibility is maintained with single-family structures adjacent.
Have there been any surprises to them as it's been implemented in like odd homes? I mean, have there been some things that they were surprised by?
The architectural styles in the daylight plane is just built into their single-family and multifamily residential ordinance. And because of that, some folks can be very creative in terms of how they utilize the daylight plane, whether it's a roof line that's extremely vertical that follows something along those lines. We were careful in the construction of this ordinance to make sure that they all three elements, all three prongs sort of complement each other. You may have heard us use the term a three-legged stool, and that's how it acts here.
Okay, good. So you've accounted for that.
Commissioner, I do have the answer to one of your questions about the trigger for what is considered redevelopment under your code. It's actually if the alteration would create an additional dwelling unit. So it's only if the modification, alteration, structure changes are going to create additional density on the property that it would be considered development or redevelopment under the current definitions in your code.
So that could be an accessory dwelling unit.
But I think the example that was given was a bedroom. And so my interpretation would be an expansion of a bedroom is not adding a dwelling unit and would thus not trigger redevelopment.
But tearing down a house and rebuilding it.
Tearing down a house and rebuilding it is.
And still a single-family
specifically
home, but
included
that's
as listed as new development. That's a complete redevelopment. We're talking about an expansion here, and that expansion in the definition specifically references any of which increases the number of equivalent dwelling units. So it's triggered by a dwelling unit, if that makes sense.
Second family living on the property.
That said, though, I think that still we want to look at the code, because if somebody wants to build an accessory dwelling unit, they want to match the main structure.
Well, yeah.
So.
Well, and that's a good point into clarifying the intent for this particular ordinance, but I just wanted to give you the definition that's currently codified in the definitions section of your land development code.
Okay, great. And then my understanding with the ordinance is the only time it actually comes to the commission is the frontage issue. That it's over is it over 60 feet or at 60 feet?
60 or over.
60 or over, okay.
No, does it say over?
Be over 60.
I'm sorry.
Now, if they want to choose a
Over
different
60.
design, but if they want to choose a different design, doesn't that come to us too or something?
No, that
I
is
think that's only if it's
the
over the frontage.
Architectural Review Committee recommendation.
Gotcha.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now.
Sure.
And it's greater than 60 feet, just wanted to
yeah.
clarify that.
Okay.
So bear with me, because I've had many, many communications with folks about this. And I'm going to ask a couple questions, and they've mostly have been covered here. But let me just start, and I'll try to go fast. Said, why was this in the south side? I've had that question from people that live in the south side. Why was this? Great question for people that are listening, not necessarily the people that are here, but why was it? We talked about that.
George?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it goes back to the history that we spoke of. You know, it kind of started in 2017 with the look when we were taking the opportunity to update the master plan. As people started to dial in on South Douglas and what was occurring down there with respect to the development pressures that have been mentioned and so forth, there was a real concern about the loss of charm. I think there's a real concern, as the city manager mentioned, about the combination of lots and, you know, what could potentially happen that would maybe overpower that neighborhood. So, I think it dates back to 2017, and it certainly has picked up speed, if you will, through the citizen survey input and feedback. And then, and I think also the HPAC weighed in, if I recall, with respect to loss of some of that historic sense of place down there. So I think it dates back, a considerable while. And again, this is an effort to really start to implement and codify our compatibility standards, which date back to 2007. So, while that is really a policy that's intended citywide, this, because of some of the feedback that I think the city's gotten over the last, 8 to 10 years, it's just kind of focused in on this particular area as one that needs some immediate attention.
And so I've talked about two things about this, and you brought them up right in the very beginning. And the first of all was what do you do when something happens? And we didn't have that codified, and so we ended up starting to do that now. So here's what you can do. You can do other things too, but here's what you can do. And then the second one is, how do we have this compatibility? What is this word compatibility, and how do we put that into effect? So thank you very much for that, and I just wanted to say that was a major question. And for example, they've talked about this 60-foot and plus, okay? And fundamentally, that's going to come before us simply to look at, to say, what happened here, what is this, what is this? And that's more defensive, I think, than what it is anything else, because with the daylight plane, that just gives you the construction of what you can build in. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
If you have a piece of property here, you can go to that piece of property. If you can't figure it out, you can have your friend figure it out, and he would define, here's where you can build in. And however way you want to do that, but you have to stay within this boundary here. So it's not saying that's what it's going to look like, it's saying that's what you have to build into. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I know it's very simple, but I've had that conversation. And here's another one that was not prevalent, but enough. And for example, if somebody has a huge air conditioning system outside of this, can they put that outside of this area?
So the underlying zoning would prevail on that. I think we do allow some side yard setback penetrations for certain things. I'm not sure if air conditioners is one, they're nodding over there, so I believe that is something. So that's not affected by this ordinance. That you could do now, you will be able to continue to do with the overlay.
So they were asking, why would that be? That's just an example, the air conditioning or whatever else that might be associated with that property that would be outside of that area where they can build. Is that? That's just, we're determining at this point in time that it could be outside that building area.
Maybe you can bring that back to us at second reading with more specifics?
Sure.
Because I think Commissioner Tonga has a good point to ask that question.
It's a good question.
And that question came from folks that I was talking with. And I've asked this question to the city manager too many times probably, but why didn't we or why couldn't we have applied, I'll just do the vehicle thing. Why couldn't we have applied what we applied to some of the common living areas or a hotel or something, the 1 car per bedroom in this equation? Why didn't we or couldn't we have done that? Because that becomes an issue in certain areas within the city.
On our narrow streets.
So, I mean, it was just never contemplated as part of the, parking was just never considered as part of the overlay.
It is part of the problem.
To answer your question.
It is part of the big problem.
Right, and parking's codified. That's certainly something we could revisit, from a land development code provision, because that's something that if you change it, you're going to change it citywide. It's not going to just have effect inside the overlay.
But it's especially a problem on the narrow streets, or narrow, which is usually like our brick streets, but there are other narrow streets and corridor, little alleyways and stuff. Those homes, and as we've seen, the McMansions especially, they sometimes don't have a garage, they don't have driveway, they don't, and all their streets, all their cars go out in the street. So that's a problem with our code.
Correct.
So I think that's a good question, John.
All right, so we didn't look into that, but it's a different avenue?
Yeah, that's embedded in your code now. So that standard applies to whatever zoning category is out there citywide. So that was this code didn't contemplate looking at that specifically just for the overlay. It would be more of a
General.
Right.
And
That's a concept we'd want to review and vet as well.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that then. The daylight, using a daylight plane, there's a couple of examples of that in that particular area, but here's another question I was asked by a number of people, and that is when we have the floodplain and how that could affect a property. Now, I think there's enough in this code that would allow some consideration for those folks, but maybe they need more than just some consideration. So if they have a piece of property now, and let's just say they had to rebuild on it for whatever reason, somebody stole the house or whatever, And so now all of a sudden, they have this elevation they have to go to, plus 1 foot above. And so now they're trying to build within this, I'll use the word cone or whatever, trying to build within that. How do we facilitate that? How do we?
So I'm sure you're primarily talking about the R60, right?
Exactly.
So the way it works is where you see that 15 feet start at grade on that property, whatever that base flood elevation that you would have to elevate to, that bottom pin would start at that elevation. So it doesn't matter if a property is in a floodplain or isn't in a floodplain, the daylight plane would be the same for both situations. So that 15 feet doesn't start at grade like you see it there. It starts at whatever that flood elevation requirement is. And then goes 15 up and then angles in, if that's clear.
And they have that other issue within the code. Should that still affect them somehow in a negative sense?
Right. Yeah, but I don't want anybody to think that floodplain makes a difference. That daylight plane would apply the same way whether the property's in a floodplain or isn't.
Thank you. And then I was also asking this procedure that they may have to go through. And we're going to have another whole zoning concept here, and you've discussed that here comfortably, I think. That we have 2 people in zoning, I think, but well, anyway, so the person looking at it from a zoning standpoint will be able to figure it out rather quickly. And we have no intent of changing that. Is that correct? I mean, that's just, here's now how this works, and we're just going to kind of flow through that. So they can come down and get information as they wish from that zoning person, correct?
Absolutely.
And get immediate clarification.
And we often do pre-application meetings for anybody that has questions on particular. Typically, the way it's going to work is your design, for the most part, the Florida Building Code requires you to have a design professional do your plans to submit for a building permit. Typically, what that design professional will do is just what we walk through. They'll go into our codes, they'll see what they can and can't do, what their limitations are for setbacks and height and all of that. And then they'll draft that plan up within that building envelope. So they would do that just with the knowledge that there's a daylight plan in place. And now they would be looking at that extra provision. And of course, typically they don't have questions because they'll go to our website and run through that process. But if they did, and often people do, we're always willing to meet with those folks, and we do. We meet with folks every day that are in a pre-app stage and want to look at.
I think what I really appreciate, and I just want to hear it one more time on these styles, okay? Because I had too many questions about that, I think, and they were good questions, and people were really concerned. And I told them basically some of the things that you had said, but I said, I'm just telling you what I know about this. The styles, so I've gone and driven through there then, and said, through all of these areas that we've got, both the R60 and, well, so the whole place. And as far as I see, I don't see an issue here from an architectural style, because you've made it so flexible that it seems like it's pretty easy to come up with a style in there that you can attach it to something. Is that a correct statement or not? I'd like to hear it,
George.
I think the way it's written offers our staff a lot of flexibility to work with an applicant, and that's not going to take a lot of time. I think it works. We wouldn't obviously be presented if we didn't, but and certainly in those rare situations where it might get there might be a little bit of gray. That's what the architectural review committees are for, and that's why it's written into that process so that we can utilize that.
And the cool thing is that review group is just fantastic so far up till now. It's just worked really, really good.
Couldn't agree more.
Lastly, we ended up using this plane. They know I have fun with this. But that seemed to have been the best way of doing this. I mean, I asked, why didn't we use the floor area ratio, et cetera? Were there other ways? I think you looked at a lot of other ways to do this, correct? And do this. And what you were attempting to do was get compatibility, whatever best method you could come up with. And you guys do this, right? This isn't your first time that you've done this.
That's right, yeah.
You've done this a lot, or you've done this,
Yeah, we've looked at this, we've done this all over the country, and floor area ratio is one we kept coming back to in hearing, but we felt, again, that the daylight plane, essentially the floor area ratio, and St. Pete was mentioned, it's achieving the same thing, as Philip said. So, and you really don't control what's happening with the setbacks. So that's where we went to the daylight plane.
so this was an arduous, you spent some time on this, trying to figure out the best way to use this. And that's what I've been told, and I'd like for you to confirm that. I mean, this was your best solution for this, and you're ready to, you put your reputation in that one.
And we talked about some of the other examples we looked at nationally. We always like to come back to what's happening in Florida, but then also nationally. So we've looked at a lot of examples.
Thank you. I asked that question because we may make a decision tonight that affects people out there who say, I wish I were up there making that decision. And we're saying we wish we were down there and you're up here making that decision. But we are up here making that decision. And we just want to make sure that this was, because we couldn't follow you around or we didn't spend a lot of time talking with you, but it was represented by staff. So we're comfortable, but I'd like to hear it from you, and I appreciate that they got to hear that from you as well. Thank you. Well, that's it. I'm sorry it took a long time.
It's an important issue. A lot of you have asked a lot of the questions that I might have asked, but I do have a couple. So, and again, I hope our audience members can be patient because the Sunshine Law is the only time we can talk about this stuff together. So do architects generally understand the concept of the light plane?
I believe so, yeah. It's
Pretty
I
standard?
think it's fairly common.
Very common. So if somebody was doing let's say a room addition or a second floor, they want to put a mother-in-law room on top of their house or whatever, they're going to have an architect put those plans together, right? And so you're comfortable that architects understand the concept of the light plane, and that if you're hiring an architect, they'd see that in our code or know that in our code, and they would design it with that way and assist, folks to do that.
I mean, I am, we actually had and I'm not going to try and repeat what the person said, but we did have a public presenter at the LPA who was a build design professional who said that this would generally not take a lot of additional time to do. There would be very little additional cost in incorporating it. And I think he was pretty comfortable with the fact that it was relatively well-known.
Well, and I know we have several, at least one, if not more than one, architects on our LPA. I do know that.
And we went to the ARC too. That was another thing. We really wanted to vet this concept early on last year, and it was overwhelmingly positive there.
And then we have our architectural review committee.
Right. They were a stakeholder group as this was being
And,
formed.
and,
That's
and
what I
what
was
was their thought on all of this?
It was positive.
Very positive.
Okay, so would you say, I don't like to approve anything I don't understand, and I'm not a geometry major, as you just mentioned. I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, but I couldn't tell you how you're getting there. But what I do need to know is it predictable? Is it predictable no matter what? If you say this is the formula, it's predictable for everybody. There's no guesswork. There's no, like you could change your mind here or there. It's predictable. That's what I want to know.
In my opinion, absolutely, and it's predictable because of its simplicity to a certain extent for us, because that box is always going to be that box. It's always going to start at 7.5 feet. It's always going to angle at 45 degrees, and it's always going to run through the maximum height.
Subjective was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's
So
past my bedtime.
I think it's easy for us to administer, and I do think it's very predictable.
Okay. And I know John mentioned this, but I don't know why I didn't really, don't know if I got the answer I needed. We've got a number of emails about what happens if I'm in the floodplain, and I have to build a certain thing. This is going to squash my rights more than the next guy. So can you please explain why that is or isn't true?
The way and I'm going back to R60, but the
Yeah.
way the code is currently written is you make your measurement for height based on, if you're not in a floodplain, that height is measured from grade to 27 feet. So wherever your home bottom floor is up to 27 foot tall. If you're in a floodplain, you're going to have a mandatory elevation. Let's just say that's 10 feet. Your plane then, at that point, starts at 10 feet and goes 15 feet up and angles in.
So let me repeat it in a more understandable way. All these different things measure from different places. But what you're saying is you're going to get the same amount of area whether you're in a flood zone or not in a flood zone. That's all I need to know. I don't care where you
Yep.
measure from.
No, that's correct.
But it's not squashing somebody that's in
It's
the
the
flood
exact
zone.
same area.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that answers that question. So I want to go back to the architecture review again because, so I want to set up this question a little bit because it's important because there's been several issues that have gone on over time. So currently in our code, in the MFs, MF 7.5, MF 715, isn't there a sort of a stopping point as to when it goes to design review, meaning involving the commission, and then when it's only going to staff?
Yes. Yeah,
That's
there's-
like under 5 units or something?
Yeah, 5 units or more.
5 units or more, so 4 units and less, okay? And this has been a problem, because those are the things that we get beat up over, because it's not going through any of those processes, correct?
I mean, it goes through an
It goes through you
administrative-
guys, but it doesn't go to architectural review,
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't come to us, it's not required to follow any certain architecture, like, if it had 5 units, it would be forced to follow our architectural codes,
Right, but I
it's
don't
4
want you to
units or
think that we
less.
don't look at those
Well, of course you do,
compatibilities.
but I'm just saying, the requirements are different.
Yep.
Correct?
For sure, yeah.
Okay. So, in the multifamily, I'm not talking about R60, because you've brought this up too before, by the way, this 4 units and less, or 5 units. I have. Yes. So, in this ordinance, the 4 units and less, which is what has been speckled around that people are so upset about, really. It hasn't been the bigger project, it's been this. Those will now be reviewed for architecture. It's not going to come to us, right?
Correct.
But it is going to now be reviewed for size, scale, and architecture.
That's correct.
Bulk, and that's been a concern that we've mentioned over time. Okay, and it is one of the problems that we've heard from people. Why do they keep putting townhomes? Well, it's 4 townhomes. We didn't see it. We saw it when you did. It was being built, right?
Right.
Okay. So then change that to single-family homes? Where are we having a problem with architecture on single-family homes?
I mean, I'm not sure I can answer that, Mary. I don't see it.
A problem with that?
Not until they get to a certain size and scale, probably. Certainly, the smaller homes that are coming in are typically
So it's
not an
more
issue
the
of
size
architecture.
and scale that's the issue versus the architecture. Okay, so then, well, no, I know there's one, okay? I know there's one that everybody's all upset about, but it's one. I mean, it's one.
But
Okay,
I think he could have
well, I want to
maybe
get,
answered that better, because when you, I'm sorry, George.
no, go ahead.
But when you tear down, then the question is what you put in. Then you get into scale, bulk, mass. Then you get into put a new property in. Then does it have some compatibility to the surrounding areas, the uniqueness of the surrounding areas? So yes, when you tear down and then something else is built, how does the architecture affect that? Then it becomes a sense of compatibility and melding that unique sense of place.
Well, and you can't think of it independently. The other two legs, so to speak, are the daylight plane, which is intended to bring some of that mass down. And the width requirement. So as you're thinking about those together, that's what's going after some of the larger, bulkier, massive homes that you're seeing.
So where are we having, so again, back to the single family now, we covered the multifamily 4 and less, sorry. On the single family, you say you're just gonna have to pick out 3 elements, right? So let's say that was the case. I'm just trying to get it in my mind of what's going to occur. Let's say I tore down my house and I live on the south side. I don't, I live on the north side, but, and I got hit by a hurricane and I got to design a whole new house now. All you're asking for is, or I'm putting on a room addition, whatever, all you're asking for is 3 elements of something. So it could be shingles, it could be, what are those things on the side of windows? Shutters, sorry, it could be.
Roof material.
I'm telling you, I'm getting way past my bedtime. It could be as simple as those kinds of things is what you're saying, that it's not full-blown,
Right. The idea, so
it could actually be 2 styles.
your permit would come in, you would say, I'm identifying with Mid-Century Ranch, and I'm selecting A, B, and C from that menu. That's our checklist, and then we would move that permit along for that aspect of it.
And if you did not agree, right, with the 3 things that represented the style that they checked off, then what happens?
We would utilize the Architectural Review Committee. We would
Then
ask.
you would take it there.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're just going with what they checked off.
Right, and-
It's probably obvious.
Or there may be some one-off logical reason why a particular design within those 6 doesn't work at all. And then again, we could use the Architectural Review
And
Committee.
there's no cost other than time
No, correct.
to go to the architecture. There's no cost to the homeowner or anything like that, other than time. I mean, time's money, we know that.
For a
especially
courtesy
when building.
review, there's no cost.
Okay, that's on that piece. Floor plan. Okay. And we're not dictating color, right?
No,
Have we ever dictated color?
no.
Okay. Well, somebody said something about it, so I didn't indicate we were doing it. I just wanted to make sure nobody thinks that's what we're trying to do. Nikki, when you read this ordinance, what you have, I know you've reviewed it, is it legally defensible?
I wouldn't have signed it as the form.
No, I know, but I want to hear you say it.
Yes.
Thank you. I think those are the questions I have for now. So,
I knew that, Mayor. I wasn't trying to be cute.
Yeah, no, I know you were.
That's what my signature at the bottom means.
yeah, I know. But I just, for everybody's, and when I say legally defensible, it means that you feel like if somebody's going to sue us, we will win.
Well, I can't guarantee any
No, I know you
particular
can't.
result in litigation, nor can any attorney sitting in this chair.
I know that, but
But I was.
you wouldn't be asking us to.
I answered your first question briefly and brilliantly.
That's true, because, Nikki can talk. Oh, that's a joke, come on.
Right. No, she's right.
Okay, all right, so we have a public hearing on this, and we getting the clock ready over there?
Mayor, do you know how many cards you have? Do you all want to take a vote to extend past your 10 PM time frame? Because.
Oh, I forgot, I always thought it was 11, and we changed it to 10 when we moved up. Yeah, we do, we should vote that now.
Do you want to set it to 11?
11.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Vice Mayor?
This one and this one.
Okay, that's what.
I can't even think of the names now.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that way we won't interrupt
No,
the flow.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
You remember shutters, so that's good.
I was like, okay. All right, guys, I'm going to start calling some names. Deborah Bushnell, I'm going to call you again.
This is the closest thing we have to a historic district.
I'm trying to do 3 things. Make sure you talk into the microphone. Guys, you need to be quiet.
This is the closest thing we have to a historic district.
Excuse me, sir, I need you to be quiet. We're trying to hear her. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's our historic district.
Historic district, got it.
So we need to preserve it to the extent that we can. I frankly wish that we had stronger tools, but I understand that we don't. It seems like it has been well vetted that this is the best thing that we have. I would urge the city to, or the commissioners to employ these tools to try to preserve what the citizens so much value and have told you over and over again that we value. This reminds me that there's a lot of fear in surrounding this issue, and a lot of fear that property rights are going to be taken away or something's going to be taken away from them. And this reminds me a lot, and I think you guys were probably here when this happened. It reminds me a lot of the trail. And you remember when they were planning and putting in the trail, there was a lot of fear about, people are going to make that a highway for robbers, and they're going to come and steal things from your house, and your property values are going to go down. That obviously didn't happen. The exact opposite happened. Everybody now wants to be on the trail, and it just seems kind of absurd at this point. So I think that this is one of those things where, we'll look back on it and say, wow, we're really glad we did it. And the fears turned out not to be substantial and not to have developed. And so I would urge you to be brave, to take the step that you need to take to protect and support the community. I know you can do it. I know you want to do it. You want to do the right thing, and this is the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Thomas Marco? Welcome. You and me both.
My name's Tom Marco, and I own a home on 525 Norfolk Street. And from the very beginning, I've had, like many people, concerns, especially with the angles. One of the things I'm honestly a little disappointed in is that with the consulting group, I see these pictures up here. But if these homes, all these styles have been built in the past, why haven't we seen pictures of them, like real world pictures? What does a craftsman style home look like with 2 stories with what I refer to as the bizarre angles? I can't really tell anything from these pictures other than, yes, the roof is going to go in on a 45-degree angle. I would love to see all of the 5 or 6 style homes that are being proposed to be built in the future with the same exact angulation that they're proposing. Because right now, to me, it's only a concept. Has anyone here seen these homes built in this style? I have not. And I made a comment at the last meeting. I referred to the fact of a craftsman style home. I happen to like them very much. I love them. I've built them before. I also mentioned that South Dunedin has some beautiful old craftsman style homes, and you're looking to preserve that look. But I also stated that you could not build a 2-story craftsman style home in the form that exists now in South Dunedin with those new rules. So what are you really preserving? If it's a beautiful home, and I agree that it is, I should be able to still build that home. But the town put out an email of my comment and said that someone said you can't build craftsman-style homes. That's not true. That's what they said. It's not true. Well, I didn't say you can't build a craftsman-style home. I said you cannot build a 2-story craftsman-style home that exists right now in Dunedin in its present form with these rules. So I would love to see once again, some real-world pictures. I would have think with all this money that's spent, all this consulting, that we'd have a whole bunch of pictures up here on easels. Just show us. Show us what all these homes are going to look like. Because in my mind, I get a picture of, oh yeah, that's one of those homes built post-overlay. It's got the weird angle on it. I mean, all we do is talk about it, but we don't see it. And not to be facetious here, let's say I build the house with the strange angle, but I got big trees anyway, and they block the neighbor who's complaining about light. Or I have 20-foot tall bushes. What does the town do then? Say you can't have the bushes? When we know that you can't do that.
Thank you, Tom.
Did I use up all my time?
Thank you.
I really hope you would consider what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, no clapping, please. I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable, because if they're not on the same side as you and you have everybody doing that, they don't want to come up and speak, and I want everybody to feel that they're welcome here to speak. Okay, Megan, I think it's Doherty?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Thank you. My daughter thanks you. She's up late tonight. Megan Doherty, 227 Broadway. And I just wanted to come down. I wasn't going to come down, but I saw an organized effort for or against the overlay. So I'm here to say yay to the overlay. And I think what I bring is the experience of living next door to a 6,000 square foot house that is being built to me, and then 2 doors down another 6,000 square foot house. And I came to the commission asking for some protection. Like, who's thinking of me? Just a person who bought a 1,000 square foot house in 2011. And while I understand the overlay and the character overlay can't be perfect and to make everybody happen, I believe the overlay is walking in the right direction to protect people like me. You know, I want to address the main conversations or arguments, which is this is going to bring down my property value. And I'm not really looking to move, and I don't really want to leverage myself to build a 3,000 square foot house. I have a daughter in school and grandparents. I'm staying in the community. So people like me, I hear, you know, where is everybody coming here to talk about this? Well, I'm here is because it's on my goddamn doorstep. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we got to watch that.
I won't do it again. But literally, like, this is what makes me passionate. It is on my doorstep. There's a 7.5 foot setback on this 6,000 square foot house. 50% of the roof line can go over that. It's literally 3 foot from my house. And this, I told you about the trees. They built so big that they had to cut off a foot of the house with concrete. A whole week of that's how big they built. And I'm not here to complain about that one specific area, but, you know, or my specific experience, but I think what I have is unique in the sense that I've walked through this. And really, you know, the groups I believe that have been organized to be against this are the people who believe that they have the most to lose financially. And for those of us who have one house and are not looking to leverage this to kingdom come, we're not thinking like that. We're thinking, respect me. You know, because if you're going to build within 1 inch of my house, which literally was the builder's term, they're within 1 inch with everything. I might start playing music within 69 decibels. I might not be the great neighbor I was because it's not respectful. And so just give me a couple little angles. Just don't be so dense. For me, if you want to build a round, hot pink house within those parameters, go for it. Dunedin's been known for its diversity, but protect for the people that just have a house.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Okay, Patricia Lawrence or Lewis? Patricia? I'll hold it till the end just in case. John Shine. He has a group? So 10 minutes.
9 years ago, I moved to Dunedin. I love Dunedin. 9 years ago, Fenway was empty. It was rotting and vacant. 9 years ago, there wasn't a historic overlay on it, I don't believe. It was open to whatever anyone wanted to develop on. 9 years ago, when I moved to Dunedin, shortly after that, and Julie, don't hold me to dates, but the Blue Jays were finalizing their leases. 9 years ago when I moved to Dunedin, there was no Tai Chi. 9 years ago when I moved to Dunedin, the Nielsen project was still empty and still zoned light industrial. 9 years ago, there were only 2 breweries. My neighborhood has changed quite a bit in 9 years, quite a bit. But when we talk about give and take, it isn't about my neighborhood giving and the city taking. Give and take means we come both ways. And each time every change has occurred, my neighborhood has given up a great deal, and we've gotten nothing in return. You added 3,000 seats to the Blue Jays with 0 parking. You put Fenway Hotel in and put a historic overlay on it to defend it. Okay, defendable. But you put a hotel in the middle of my neighborhood. Don't tell me it was there, because it wasn't there. It hadn't been there. It had been a college campus for 50 years, and 12 of those years were vacant. Okay? Nielsen sat empty because of zoning issues. I saw all of Patricia Avenue was an absolute mess. When we moved in here at 469, when we moved here 9 years ago, there wasn't a vibe. There was a low, dull beep, okay? And the reason I formed Dunedin DNA is to have a neighborhood association where we could have a voice, where we could sit down and talk, where we could negotiate these things, where we could stop handing everything over to the city and start asking for some few minor concessions. Our neighborhood takes the bulk and the brunt of almost all of the things that happen downtown. And now character overlay comes across. My neighborhood is the most diverse architecturally neighborhood probably in the entire Pinellas County. We are architecturally diverse. That's what makes us charming. Not small houses. You can get a small house anywhere. You can get a townhouse, you can get a condo, but you can't get a diverse neighborhood. And the reason you can't get in a diverse neighborhood is because they were never built, okay? And when you give somebody 6 architectural choices, and you stand there and you say, boy, you got a lot of flexibility, I sure would like to see you walk into any restaurant with 6 choices and feel like you had a lot of flexibility. You don't, okay? 6 architectural choices. I can't build a Cape Cod. I can't build a colonial. I can't build 400 other architectures. I can build 6. 6. And one of them, you talk about Cooper and Johnson. I don't know who they are, but I'm pretty sure they never came to Dunedin. I'm absolutely confident in it. Because you tell me where the French Creole houses are. There's one. I can tell you. I went looking. There's one. Okay? It's on Edgewater. Okay? But I can tell you about 50 or 60 different types of architectures in my neighborhood. And it's because we're diverse, because we have variety. That's what's special about us. Special about us is our inclusiveness, our variety. It's what we do. It's who we are. When you take away our choices, when you take away our variety, you make us Landsbrook. You make us another planned development, okay? You want to be compatible with us? Then give us the flexibility to be us, to be the neighborhood we are, to have the variety we should have. Daylight Plain, I don't know. We can talk about all those engineering ideas all day long. This is about my community, my neighborhood, and the people who live in it. We live there without an HOA. We live there without deed restrictions for a reason. We chose to live there, and we moved oftentimes from planned developments because we wanted something different. It wasn't a small home. It was an inclusive community of people who embraced a neighborhood with variety, with change, with systems, all kinds of different things that happen associated with it. My biggest concern with character overlay isn't that it will fail and isn't that it will take away property rights, okay? My biggest concern with character overlay is it won't fix anyone's problems. It won't address a single problem, okay? Talk to Megan Doherty. She was just up here. It's not going to fix anything for Megan, okay? Megan's property is right on what used to be the railroad tracks, okay? The nice big lots because they had to sell those houses, smaller houses because they had to attract people and had affordable neighborhoods, okay? This is part of the history of what we have. But this is what, when the railroad went away and the trail came along, it's now an attractive, very attractive place to live. But it's a very attractive place to live because it's got big lots and small houses, and you can buy one and you can knock it down and you can put a house on it. And that's not going to change for Megan. Character overlay isn't going to change anything there, okay? When we talk about Gail and Dale, who live in a multifamily environment zoning, but they have residential homes, okay? They objected to an apartment building or a townhouse building across the trail, okay? That's not going to change. That's not going to change. Could we come up with some clever ideas, some different buffers, some parks, some cul-de-sacs? Sure. But that's not going to fix Dale's problem. Character overlay doesn't do anything associated with that. We talk about McMansions. We only have 4 houses in the last 12 years. 12 years! Over 3,400 square feet. I'm not concerned that we have big houses. I'm concerned that we don't. We only had 24 houses built in the last 5 years. 24. 2 of those developments, 4 and 4, were in infill areas in empty lots, which means we actually had 16 houses built in 5 years. 3.2 houses a year. Okay? I don't know about you, but when I have a community of 1,300 houses and I only have 3 houses built every year, I'm not concerned about too many houses. I'm concerned, why don't we have more development? Because there are houses that need to go. There are old houses that have lost their functional obsolescence, they're derelict homes, and they need to get knocked down. When we talk about the McMansions, there's only 4 of them in the last 12 years, and a McMansion is really a generic way of creating multiple large houses in one small community on small lots. So please don't use that term. It's derogatory at best. We have 2 of those houses were on Scotland, okay? 2 were in Edgewater. The 2 on Scotland, one has a triple lot and sits like 30 feet away from its neighbor. It doesn't affect anyone. It's a beautiful home. Is it big? Sure. But can you see another house from that house? No. Same's true for the double lot. Are they nice houses? Yeah, I think they're okay. I'd live there. I think most of the people in my neighborhood would live there. Is it the same? Is it compatible? You tell me how you can judge compatibility when everyone in my neighborhood has a different house. Everyone in my neighborhood has a different door, a different roof, a different bush, a different shrub, a different screen, porch. Everybody's different. You talk about, can you enforce it? Is it subjective? Yeah, it's completely subjective. How do you subjectively determine whether someone meets an architectural standard or not? So you're telling me I could put a Mediterranean house up and put 3 or 4 architectural arts and crafts stuff sticking on the top of the roof or something like that, and I pass his test? Is that what you're saying? This is insane. Character overlay is doomed to fail, and not because it's going to take away our rights. That's another 10-minute discussion. It's going to fail because it's not going to fix the problems of my neighborhood. My neighborhood has complex problems. We want to fix them. We want to have solutions. Character overlay doesn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, Donna Sees?
Hi, I'm Donna Cease at 236 Garden Circle North. I was just making notes about what I agree with John about, although I'm here to support the overlay plan. I agree with him about the diversity. I don't dislike that contemporary going up on Broadway, quite frankly. I don't see why we have to be pigeonholed into architectural styles. My issue is the size of certain houses on lots. I agree with Megan, and she's a neighbor of mine, and I really am thankful I'm not her. And he's right, there's nothing we can do for her, but we can help that there are no more Megans in our neighborhood by limiting the size of houses on lots. And the plane does help for that issue, and I think that's what I'm here to say. That's what I care about. My husband and I moved in 2.5 years ago. We want to redo our garage. It's gonna break every rule, so we can't do that anymore. Because it's an old garage and we have an old 200-year-old tree. We have limitations. Our house was built in the 30s. I agree with John. I live next to a Sears Kit house, which is a colonial. It's been there longer than my house. So why aren't we having Sears Kit house colonials in the neighborhood styles? All right. Anyhow, I also agree with Ms. Bushnell. I'm here to say this is the right thing to do. It's not a perfect plan, but I wanted to express that because I think there's a lot of perhaps exaggerations around what this plan is actually trying to do, trying to maybe make people afraid of what could happen. And I think you're doing the right thing. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thomas Dow, am I saying that right? Thank you. Sorry.
Hi, Tom Dow, 51 Broadway. I kind of agree with everything that John said. It's a very diverse neighborhood. The architectural design of the homes, you know, I came in here and I spoke to you probably about a month and a half ago. And you said, oh, what's your address? Oh, and you looked up my home. You said, oh, I love that. That's exactly what we want. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to build that based on what you're talking about today and what you're trying to implement. So the double standard, what's the truth of what you're trying to accomplish? If you can explain that to me, if you can explain that to everyone here, I think we'd like to hear it, because you're saying this is what we want, but then you're saying, no, you can't build it. And what George was talking about, how many people, how often is this architectural committee review going to review? You said time is money. How long is it? Do they meet once a month? Do they meet once a quarter? How much time is in between when you go and you present? Because people make an investment.
I'll answer at the end.
Yeah, people make an investment in working with an architect and designing, and then to find out that that's not going to work and you got to make changes. There are costs associated with that, right? And it does seem very subjective to me and not objective.
Okay, thank you. Dwayne Wright.
Where I live, but Dwayne Wright, 250 New York Avenue, Dunedin. And I was going to speak about something else, but I'll just let everyone know. I sit on the Architectural Review Committee. I'm sorry, I sit on the Architectural Review Committee. I also sat on the diocese up there on the Board of Adjustment Appeals for 12 years, so I can make rational decisions devoid of my own personal opinion. I also used to own a little yellow bungalow on the corner of Beltrees in Milwaukee. I like the setbacks and that stuff. The architectural styles, I don't particularly agree with. I've never agreed with the Cooper Johnsons, but you have to come to the meetings. But we did have an request last night. The Architectural Review Committee meets every first Tuesday of the month at 4:30 in the library. We had 2 applications, or Tuesday. One was for a single-family home within this district. They did not show up, but I don't know if they knew they could or not. It's open to the public. Please come. And I probably put a good 3 hours into their little plan, and probably another 6 into the other application. So architects, the committee is there to help you. I will term out in a few years if I'm not gone before then. But the architects in this committee, in the city, we all work together, and most architects understand the rules. I've worked with the cities. There is some way to massage things and still stay within compliance. A good architect knows how to manipulate the law. I mean code. We don't do that, but there's a way it works around. So I don't really know. Part of me, you're in a terrible spot. Like I said, I agree with parts of it, and the other part, originally I heard there was going to be a one and done. I don't agree with that, but that's just my opinion. But, oh, I understand I love my little bungalow, and I love the old neighborhoods, and they basically had the daylight plane built into it based on the size of their lots. However, when I had my house up for sale and the guy behind me was for sale, I wanted to clamor together 3 townhouses, slap that up, and get every dime I could. So it's a tough decision, and emotions are high. And regardless of how this turns out, we are still a community. We have to stick together and preserve what we have and cherish it. And stay involved. Just don't come for meetings when you directly affects you. I've been here every commission meeting for probably the last 4 years, except for a couple of times a year I have to leave. So, and somebody, I want my seat back. I'm going to get a little thing, Helen Hunt.
Rob Walker.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ron.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. First of all, I do want to applaud the city planners and the commission for what you are doing and your foresight and your fortitude for doing this. I speak from personal experience when I say that I've lived in communities where they certainly did not have the foresight to embark upon a very difficult and challenging road. And I'll get to that more so in a minute. My wife Claudia and I chose Dunedin specifically because we love the character and charm of our community. The character and charm have been perpetuated across multiple generations to develop this incredibly beautiful and unique town. What we felt when we first came here was exactly the quaintness and that vibey feel that the city manager referenced earlier. Through the course of my Navy career, we had the opportunity to live in and visit some very beautiful areas. Fortunately, we have seen firsthand what can happen if action is not taken to preserve the character of the community. A specific example that I'm referring to is Coronado, California, and I brought that forward before in a similar venue. For those of you that Coronado is across the San Diego Bay, specifically from San Diego, and it's become I would call it the capital of McMansions. Coronado is relevant to this discussion because there are a lot of similarities to Dunedin. In fact, when we first visited Dunedin, it reminded us of Coronado 20 years ago. Coronado serves as a very good example of what can happen if there is not timely action taken to preserve the character of the community. 20 years ago, Coronado was a beautiful, idyllic beachside community. And today, because of lack of action, it has completely lost that charm and style. To give you a little bit of an example, and this probably will sound very familiar, but about 20 years ago, improper zoning, certainly nothing that would address the height restrictions or the mass criteria, certainly did not have the daylight plane implemented there. Mid-20th century, early 19th century, craftsmen were being torn down on quarter-acre lots. Those lots that were subdivided into 2 lots, and subsequently they were rebuilt into these massive monstrosities that basically almost occupied every square foot of that split lot. And so what you end up having there in a community that used to be absolutely beautiful was specifically a townhome atmosphere.
Ron, you're going to have to, I'm sorry, you're going to have to wrap up.
We're blessed to live in this beautiful town, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Amy, come on down. Group chat, so 10 minutes, Rebecca.
All right. So, trying to take it all in because you guys asked a lot of questions, and I think part of why there is so much discord and so many questions is because when you read the words that are actually in the ordinance, it's very different than even some of the things that staff have said tonight, as well as some of the things that it doesn't say. And so I think one of the big issues with the overlay as proposed is the size of it. When it first started being talked about it was this small area of 30, 40 lots on President and Albert. Then from there, it morphed. And so when you look at what's included and what's not included, and this is important because one of the things that I find most peculiar is the ordinance that we just talked about had criteria that an overlay district, a character overlay district, must meet. And the district that you're about, the character overlay district that you're about to adopt, doesn't meet a single one of those mandatory criteria. So we're all sitting, and I understand you're saying this is just a thing, this is just this tool for somebody in the future. But the ordinance you're about to adopt doesn't even meet a single one of the criteria that you just said future should adopt to. So I think that's part of why you're seeing a lot of frustration and confusion and questions and emails. So for example, all of these areas in black are blocked out. So now you're going to create this single home right here is in an enclave because they're MF10. They're exempt from complying. Same here, all of this. Here, you've got enclaves of areas that are excluded. They don't have to comply. Whereas if the ordinance, if there were multiple character overlays, one that dealt with what most of the people who are here call their neighborhood, it's this area. It's different. I live back here. This area is different. It's also zoned differently. It's multifamily because it was intended to be different. And so I think one of the biggest issues and the concerns is just the pure mass of this overlay. Because it's not all the same. The character is not all the same. The style of the houses, even Cooper Smith's architecture report said, I can't give you one definitive character. And part of what gives Dunedin its character and its charm and why we all live here and grow our families is because it's different. It doesn't fit any one category. So trying to preserve certain things or protect others, that's one thing. But requirements, because that's what this ordinance does. So I want to kind of go back to what it does and what it doesn't, at least from the way that we're all reading it. So one of the big questions is when it applies. Does it apply? So let's start with single family homes because they're a little bit different. Do all of the criteria, daylight plane, building design, and architectural styles apply when you are merely adding an addition? You're adding an in-laws quarter behind because your parents are elderly, they're going to start to live with you. If you add a second story, there is no definition section. There's no applicability section. There's no process section to give the clear answers that we're all seeking. When does it apply and when does it not? Does the addition apply, does it not? Is it, if it's adding a dwelling unit, then any addition to an existing home wouldn't comply, would not need to comply with daylight plane or with architectural style or with building design. It would only then be when those homes are knocked down and brand new development. So I think one of the things that, if you are going to move forward, and we would ask you to not, if you are, that you would defer it for a period of time and start to make some significant revisions to give everybody the clarification that we need and that they deserve. And George is wonderful, and I'm sure if we start talking through some of these things and your city attorney, you can start to add some of the things to make it clear for everybody. So I think that's just kind of the first part of it. We've talked a lot about daylight plane, when it applies, when it doesn't apply. It is not clear. I also think the way that in the code it talks about when you measure it, above finished lot grade. And I think George was very clear in his mind of how that applies, and that if you are in a floodplain area and you have to elevate your house, that is when the height. There should be a provision, the same way it tells you when you're exempt, there should be a section in here that clearly defines how height is measured, and that if you're forced to go up, that is your above finished lot grade. Make it clear for everybody so that if it isn't George, if it's somebody else 5 years from now, because yes, we have an amazing director who understands what the intent behind all of this. You all know what you meant when you adopted it, but future generations and future people, 5 years from now, they're not. It's left to interpretation, and if the words are not in the code, it's unclear, it's vague, it's ambiguous, it's left. Building design. So I've heard a lot about flexibility, and this is intended to be flexible and to see, but when you look at the criteria here, it says the front door of a building must face. Garage core part must be set back, must be set 25 feet. May not use, so it's not a flexible, it's a must and a shall. It's not strongly encourages. And so I think especially like single family homes are start to get very uncomfortable when people tell them where their front door has to go when you're building your house, where it's located. So then we get into the architectural styles, and there's been a lot of conversation about this. Same, when does it apply? If you put an addition on your house. You've heard a lot of people in this room, their current architectural style is not one of these. Are those additions, do they need to comply? Do they not? If they're putting an addition, how big of an addition that then you have to bring the entire house? Or is it not at all and it's only a brand new house should comply with one of these? And it's not flexible. It's very clear. You have to select one of the 6. You can't mix and match. It's one. You have to choose one. And of those, you have to choose one of these roof lines, one of these exterior building materials, and one of these characteristic features. So for example, one of the building materials that you would have to choose, you'd have to either add wood siding, shingle siding, or stone base with columns. You've got to pick one of those 3. Not maybe, not flexibility. So maybe instead of new development, redevelopment are required, are strongly encouraged. Rather, I think it's the must, it's the shalls, it's the requires. And so we hear saying there's a lot of flexibility, but the words in the actual ordinance don't give you any flexibility. We've talked a lot about process, what the process is. Right now, they're saying this will be reviewed as part of your building permit process, and they'll make those, and that in the event that there's a dispute, it'll go to ARC. However, there is no process under Section 104 of your existing code, and that's where you deal with development and all of those things that deal with this specifically related to an architectural dispute. So a process needs to be added for homeowners to be able to go to the architectural review call. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ryan Sanders?
Ron.
It says R-Y-A-N.
Oh,
Maybe Kate. That's right.
Thank you again. I apologize it's getting late, so I'll do my best now. So my wife and I moved here 5 years ago into Dunedin. I am a native Floridian. We always wanted to make Dunedin our home. We finally found a home that we could afford, a small bungalow, so we're not a big house. We're at 250 Lyndhurst Street. We did a lot of work to renovate that house. When we moved in, we weren't sure what we were going to do, how we were going to make this bungalow work. I have no idea what style home we have out of these that are listed here. I think maybe we fit Craftsman, I don't know, but I call it a cute bungalow. We were able to expand the home, make it look like nothing has changed. We restored it to where you can't tell that what part was built recently, what part was built in the 1940s. We're very proud of that work that we did, but we moved into this home knowing that this is going to be our forever home. And we're still pretty young, we've got some time on us, but we recognize that financially where things are, it may be challenging for our parents in the future. Where are they going to live? And so we started thinking about, this is what got me so involved, is when I started thinking about this addition. What am I going to do when we build this mother-in-law suite that we planned on? We're in the floodplain. George and I have been going back and forth over the past couple of days trying to understand this because it is not clear in the way the ordinance is written how we manage this in floodplains. And I felt like the community really hasn't been listened to when it comes to the flood areas. That's 100 homes in this overlay that are part of this flood zone A, AE, whatever it is, that have to build up 9 feet. And then I think from what I understand, we now have 25 feet before we hit this 45-degree angle, but it's not clear. We had 2 meetings. I went to both the workshops. All the residents said we need to understand this, but we've never seen a picture of what happens in a floodplain with any home here other than just some wording going back and forth. So that very much concerns me. And I will say one thing that I have benefited from, a lot of angst, a lot of concern over this, but I have benefited from meeting a lot of people in the community. We've got an amazing community. I spent a lot of my time in this community just walking the dog from Lyndhurst to downtown, but this got me out to different sides of this south overlay. And there's a lot of people that don't know this is coming, a lot of different homes, a lot of different character, a lot of amazing styles that aren't represented in this menu of 6. And this menu of 6 scares me on what the future is going to be for Dunedin. I don't want a menu, I want character. For me, preserving the vibe is preserving the originality of what people bring, what they bring in their creativity, and what they build what they want. And this is a forever clause. We don't know what building materials are going to be like 100 years from now, what people are going to expect out of their homes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Dale Cox?
A lot of drama here tonight.
Nah, just good discussion. Clock's ticking.
I'm talking.
Okay.
Those people back there can't hear me. I have a chance to talk to a lot of people hanging out in my front yard. And I cannot express to you the disappointment that I see and hear about the misinformation and the false accusations that are going on in this community. It has done nothing but separate us as a community. The us versus them mentality is not healthy. And I hate to see it. It's very disappointing. You folks are on the right track. Nobody said it was going to be a cakewalk and be easy. All of the accusations and all the problems and all the axes to grind does not solve the problem. You're on the right track. I've seen this movie play out before. There's a lot of heartburn along the way. But in the end, I can assure you that everyone will win. Stay the course.
Thank you, Joe. Hillary, I'm sorry,
Giannis, that's me.
I didn't want to butcher it.
No.
Welcome.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Hillary Giannis, 159 Beltrees. I've been a resident of Dunedin and the surrounding areas of Palm Harbor and Clearwater for over 35 years. I went to Dunedin High School in 1988, so I can tell you firsthand how this city has changed. When I was in high school, Main Street consisted of Gregory's Hair Salon, Club 325, and a little restaurant called Kelly's for just about anything. And it always seemed that the name for just about anything was apropos because it truly described Dunedin, just about anything. And people would come from all over to go to this little restaurant in Dunedin that had all kinds of eclectic things on the walls and mix-match salt and pepper shakers. It set a vibe. It created character, and that character was be who you want to be and express yourself the way you want to express yourself. Hang chandeliers from your trees, paint oranges on your house, put a giant light-up peace sign on your roof, as my neighbor has. It's cool because it's Dunedin and we welcome everybody. That is our character. And after college, when my husband and I decided to move back to Dunedin and not to Tampa or St. Pete, as most of our friends did, people would ask us why. And I would say because Dunedin has everything you need: the arts, festivals, drag shows, martini bar, a dance club, and it lets you be you. You don't have to prove anything to anyone in Dunedin. But now that's all soon going to change. The houses are all going to look the same, and the quirky artistic things that make Dunedin unique will be gone. I don't love everyone's design aesthetic, but that's not what matters. What matters is that we all decided to live in a community that lets us express our own aesthetic. But now, between the design restrictions and the daylight plane that will impact your property rights, we can all live in one of the six styles of tall, pointy houses. And it's really interesting to me that the more you learn about how this whole thing came to be, the more you see that the opinion of 60 people from a survey are going to make that decision for all of us. And based on what I've seen from the attendance at these meetings, most of these people are west of Douglas on big lots and homes that were already built out to their setbacks and sometimes past. So they don't need to worry about it. Their homes are expensive, so the additional cost to repair or rebuild won't really affect them as much as everybody else. I just wonder, as you go to vote on these decisions regarding the south side of Dunedin, how many of you actually live in the affected area? And of those people, how many of your houses comply? I'm pretty sure there's at least one of you that can't pass these requirements. Attempting to turn our city into cookie-cutter homes that will be impossible to afford is the most un-Dunedin thing I've ever heard. I'm a no.
Thank you. Guys, I asked you very nicely several times, don't do that. Okay, Libby, help, Heath?
Am I the last one?
Almost.
You don't like it.
I got a couple more.
I had so much energy coming into this. And I'm sure you all did too.
Joy my world.
And one of the earlier comments was that there's middle ground here that can and should be found. My husband and I have owned property here since 2005, but we only just moved here in 2021, just because life. But it was the plan. and it was deliberate, and it was intentional, and it was because it was quirky, and there was a respect for individualism that brought us here when we literally could have gone anywhere we wanted to. And so we're bringing our dream to come true, but couldn't do it next month because the 900 square foot house that we owned and tore down because there was only one plug in each room and I could touch the ceiling could never have been made into something suitable for a environmentally friendly, energy efficient, sturdy, stable. And it's not a McMansion. Or what is the definition of McMansion? It's 2,500 square feet. So some of that falls within reasonable. And families will live there one day. I'm too old. My air conditioner will last longer than I am. But the freedom to have the choice, and it met all the guidelines of zoning. So this troubles me when they just draw pictures of envelopes and I have no idea what the house inside of that box looks like. And all I can think of is that place in Clearwater where the places are named after different countries because they have different little tops. What is it called? Mrs. Dunning, please spare us from those roof line cutouts. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, guys, just a couple more here. I think it's Michael, unless it's Michelle. Michael Palapiano.
That's good. Mike Parlapiano, 252 Garden Circle North. You folks are elected officials. We can't be here every week, so we have you come here. Our expectation, at least mine, is that you will represent me in a way that benefits me and the total community. I think that you're kind of shocked by the turnout you've been getting because people are very concerned about the road you're going down. You mentioned earlier that this has been a long process since 2007, et cetera, et cetera. Actually, it was October 28th of last year when we first found out what was going on with this overlay business. And 252 Garden Circle was built in 1947. My girlfriend, and I lived there with her, has owned it since 1982. We've seen a lot. Our neighbors across the street who spoke tonight, they just got historic designation on their home. Cute little house. We have a 6,000 square foot lot. Now, we talked about code enforcement tonight and how this is going to go down this merry road of review and so on and so forth. How did we get here? You folks and the people who work for you under the staff have not done their job properly. They allowed things to happen that should not have happened, and that's why you're here. You hired a consultant who's paying tens of thousands of dollars to override some bad decisions that were made in the past, some by you, some by your predecessors. But the fact remains, the bad decisions were made, and they came from the permitting process through final. Gentleman over here, John Stein, I believe, mentioned only 3 homes, 3.2 homes were built in a year. We've got 3.2 homes being built on Broadway right now. In fact, we've got about 6 within hearing distance of our home because we don't need an alarm clock. 8 o'clock, the bulldozers and whatever start to move. Our home is a 6,000 square foot lot, as I said. 5 years ago, you allowed on a non-buildable lot of less than 3,000 square feet with no setbacks on 2 sides to be built, 3 stories high, 2,500 square feet, total non-compliance with anything that was in existence at the time, but it was built. And the reason it was built was the gentleman who originally owned that piece of land wanted to build a 3-room bungalow for his mother to live in, and it was denied. How do these things happen? So I'm going back to what I said to you a few meetings back. Enforcement is the key to this whole thing.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Steve Markel? You might be the last person. I said you might be the last person.
Steve Markle, 460 Highland Avenue. I've been here a resident since 2017, and the reason I moved here was because of all the things that have been mentioned so far about this wonderful community, and it's warm here, not like it is in Michigan. Also, my niece owns a brewery in town, which was another incentive. So I come to you, and I think most people here are really on the same page, and that is they want this community to remain the kind of community and atmosphere that brought me here and so many others. And so I am struggling with this decision you have to make. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. I have been there on many city councils. So there is a question that I would like to have answered, and that is from the individuals that did the presentation. I guess I'm wondering, what was the rationale for restricting us to the 5 architectural designs? I guess that's what I'm wondering.
Okay, thank you. The only one I have left is the one I said I'd wait till the end, Patricia Lawrence or Lewis. Is she here? Okay. Anyone else before I close the public hearing?
Can I say one quick thing?
Come on up.
Not on your list, but I'd like to enter just a little bit of common sense
Sure.
for your part.
I need your
If
name.
you look at that building.
I'm sorry, we need your name and
Everybody-
address for the record.
Pardon?
We need your name and address for the record.
Larry Tillery, 54 Broadway.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just the common sense, you see the little house on the left, that's me. The house, the big blue one, then the house on the right. Well, you're here because a lot of people's complained to you about the big blue house. Well, no matter how you draw that, and you build a big house, you're gonna have these same people complaining. Every time you build a big house over 2 little bitty houses, you're gonna get a complaint. So you're never gonna solve the problem. You're always gonna have complaints. So I don't know how you're gonna handle that, but you gotta look at the normal logic. You're not solving problems, you just created different types of problems is all you're doing. Because you haven't stopped your complaints. And I've been through this, I've lived through this whole thing before, but I'm a firm believer in, I like my little house, I have a little beach bungalow, but I'll fight for the right for the guy across the street to build a mansion. It's his property, it's his right. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and come back to the commission. I've got a few things that have been asked that I want to get answered for the general public that has asked some questions. Okay, there was a concern, and George, there was a concern that there wasn't, and anybody chime in, Jennifer, Nikki, George. There was a concern that there's not an explanation of how the floodplain in the ordinance is going to be, specific. Is that something we should add, or do you feel it's obvious? What's your?
I mean, it's in there, so I don't know. There's a reference to the code section, which you can go to where you can see how heights are measured based on certain situations. So we can make it more clear, I guess.
Well, I think when you come back next meeting, I think showing a picture of the same house and pretending it's in this flood zone and it's not, and showing how it comes out exactly the same.
Yeah.
Can you do that at least for the next meeting?
I'm sure we can.
Okay.
Yes.
As long as if you all, listen, you're a certified planner, you're a certified planner, and that's our lawyer. If you say it's in there enough, I'm not going to dispute it. So there's that. There was some question about architectural review when they meet. one of the members said it's every month, but they meet as you call them, do they not?
They can meet for special meetings, but again, Mayor, I don't anticipate using them an awful lot, given.
Right, that's the exception to the rule, but if there's a dispute, because that's what was questioned.
And if somebody's in, typically, those pre-application meetings and those renderings that are occurring before somebody actually submits takes, there's a lot of time spent on the development side, not necessarily with us. So there's going to be, I think, ample time to be able to work through the ARC if we need to do that.
Okay, that answered that. Okay, the comments on the confusion about daylight plane, and does it apply to room additions? When does it apply, when doesn't it apply? And then it was also like, when does architecture apply, and when doesn't it?
So I
So
think
can
we
you just
talked-
run over that real quick again?
Well, I think we talked about, I think we want to take another look at that and make that
Okay.
definitely more clear.
Clarify it then? Okay, that would be helpful. Because, I mean, I do think daylight plane applies with a room addition, depending on how big your lot is and how big your room addition is. I mean, so I do think it applies. Maybe architecture doesn't, but
Yeah, so when Nikki
You're
was
gonna
talking
clarify
about
all
the
that.
definition of redevelopment, we'll just make sure that we clarify that.
okay. Hang on, that's another page. I'm trying to stay up with everything. Okay, so you will take care of that. Let me just write this down. When daylight lane. Okay, floodplain, Discord, mansions. Okay, but there was also some feedback. It's not really a question, I guess it's more like well, there was a question about the architectural styles being limited. Like, have you ever built a two-story Craftsman? I'm just going by my notes of concerns that were expressed. Of course you can.
Yeah.
And Cooper Johnson, yes, they've been to Dunedin. They were here quite a long time. And we've had those architectural styles in place for, I don't know, 15 years, 12 years, something like that. Commissioner Scales was here when we did that. Yeah. I mean, they've been around a long time. They didn't just roll into town. But all of those things can be built in two-story versions.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
but I think the question might have been a two-story version with the
With the
angles.
angle.
So it really depends on the size of the lot, right?
Right, it's
So
gonna be different for everybody.
the whole idea is you're starting, you want to be sensitive as you get closer to those common lot lines. And that's, if you're fortunate enough to have a wide lot, you're going to be able to basically develop even without that daylight plane becoming a factor. If you have a tighter lot, this admittedly says, from a compatibility perspective, we want to be more sensitive to those neighbors, and it does take away. So if you look at that box the way it is right now, if you just can imagine going straight up from that vertical white line on both sides and coming across the top, that's the box you would have by right today. With the daylight plane, what you're losing is that small bit of angle on each side. So that's the sensitivity aspect to the neighboring properties, which you can see in this example are 1 story in height. Otherwise, I can go square up. And I think that's what you heard from some of the folks here was, that's really an imposition on me, at being in those homes.
Right.
That's what this tries to do, is just be sensitive.
And Megan's been to a lot of our different committees. She went to Edgewater Drive Committee because
Right.
she's got a whole bunch of traffic going through there with all the construction vehicles, so that's a whole nother thing, but.
Before you leave that, though, I mean, is it possible to do a rendering of a Craftsman that would fit into that?
Well, it's, again, Commissioner, it's really going to depend on this, we would need a lot
Size of the lot.
size, we would need.
It all depends on the size of the lot. That lot, maybe it's not,
It
but a
might
different
not
lot
work on
could.
certain lots.
Yeah, it depends the size of the lot.
And I think it's important to remember that really where the issues are on the narrower lots.
Right.
Because that's where you're getting the big, right next to the much smaller. So the wider lot wouldn't be that much of an issue because you're out of the daylight plane. It's the more narrow lots, it's a problem. Well, trust me, I've seen some of the lots that have the box. I wouldn't want the box next to me because when you come down the street, it's shocks you.
And there was a question of why we call them McMansions. Well, we call them McMansions because they're a huge house on a small little postage-sized lot, and that's what's getting in.
And built lot to lot.
Yeah, and it's just too big. Okay, I think I tried to cover in generalities everything that was asked.
Mayor,
Yes,
one
ma'am.
thing, if I can just offer, somebody did come up and ask if anybody on the dais lived in this area, and I'd like to offer that I do, yes.
I do.
Yes,
Yes, so two
Oh.
people up here live in that area.
in the overlay.
Can I ask a couple
Sure.
questions that relate to things that were brought up?
Yep, go ahead.
I'll try to go kind of fast, but please answer them really good for someone. For example, can you build a colonial in this area that's defined? Can you build a colonial?
The colonial's not one of the architecturals.
It is not in the
Not one of the 6 architecturals.
So if you bring up 3 of the issues that relate to another piece of property, could you build a colonial?
I'm not sure I'm following you more.
Okay?
I think the answer is no.
The answer is no.
The
You
answer is
cannot-
no.
you-
Well, I guess you have to, though, Commissioner, read that also in the context of subsection 4, which was that that is maybe potentially an alternative that could be considered with assistance from executive review by the ARC. So I'm apprehensive in that because there is that separate process, it's hard to
Yeah, you
say
can request.
yes or no. Yes, you could
can
request
a-
to.
You
right.
can request a
Thank you.
colonial, and you'll get help from the architectural.
Because there is an appeal process.
They'll look at it,
Correct.
and we'll see what happens. So there, it's possible. Second of all, someone said that all the houses are gonna look alike. Is that even close? I mean, I'm not picking on that person at all, but that's not what's gonna happen in this, is it? That's not the intent, certainly.
Intent was not to have a
Not the intent.
better approach.
No, and I can't imagine that happening in Dunedin. I mean, I can't.
And I would just add, based on the discussion that we had, when the daylight plane applies is another factor in this, because if it doesn't constitute a new dwelling unit, then the daylight plane is not in play.
Except it should be if you're doing a room addition, or if you're doing an ADU, or,
That's-
well,
that's what I'm saying.
sorry,
We need
forget
to-
ADU, but a room addition, I mean,
That's what I'm saying, we need to clarify that. That was a great, whoever brought that up, I mean, it was
Yeah.
a great point. It's something we definitely need.
okay, so you're going to clarify that.
So, thank you, no, thank you. So all the houses, someone said all the houses look the same, or are gonna look the same. That is certainly not the intent again, and that's not by definition of what you said. I need others to hear the answer to that as well, because that's just not, I don't think that's
It's definitely not the intent of this ordinance.
not the
No.
intent of this ordinance.
No.
And if you follow this ordinance, it won't be like that, unless you want it to be. But otherwise, you have a lot of options.
Right.
Correct?
Absolutely. I mean, even just looking at the first architectural style, Craftsman, there are 3 different typical exterior building material options. There are A through E on typical roofline shapes and materials, and then 3 potential characteristic features. So even the comment made about going to a restaurant and only having 6 items on the menu, I would say that it's like going to a restaurant and having 6 different types of proteins, and then having the ability to get 8 different sides, 3 different vegetables, and so on.
Someone asked why 6, why are we restricting this to 6?
That was my
Well,
question.
right.
I did not ever hear.
But I already answered that question because we have, sorry, sir, I know it was you, because we have a book that we have voted on 12 years ago. That's the 6 styles. And for consistency, because everything else in commercial or multifamily over 5 units is being judged that way. So it's consistency.
So someone asked, why do we have the 6? Well, we have the 6 because that's a consistency, but you can make so many different changes to that, to those styles, that they're not gonna, you could have one style and go down the road and it would look significantly different, wouldn't it? Couldn't it?
Absolutely. Yes.
So I just want to make that, I'm not arguing, I just want to make that a point. I just want you to confirm that that's the case. What, if I come in with something and what is my recourse if I get knocked out of this, all the way out of this? I go to the Architecture Review Committee, they say no, well, they don't like this, and so now what does someone do?
Board of Adjustment. BAA, if they want to continue it. If they don't want to continue it, they can build to code.
I'm sorry, they can?
The Board of Appeals, if they want to continue to appeal to the next level. And if they don't like that decision, then they can build to code. Or they can, I mean, I'm not here to tell people then they can all go get legal counsel then and appeal that decision to the circuit court if they want to. But the point is, there are 2 different processes built in for that. And at any point, too, you can build to code.
Thank you, City Attorney.
And I would just add, Commissioner, I mean, that avenue exists today for any interpretation I may make of the code. So
Correct.
regardless of whether it's in the overlay or not, if I interpret something where somebody thinks it's incorrect, they have the absolute right to appeal my decision.
The applicant, I just want to be clear.
Right.
Yeah, the applicant to that building permit or whatever.
So that doesn't change, that's.
Correct. That's actually already in the code.
Thank you, that's good, thank you.
Okay, so,
I had one question, sorry. No, I just wanted you to reiterate, because I know, obviously, architectural styles is a big thing, but you also made a point to say it's a critical part of the 3-legged stool. So could you kind of restate why you think it's a critical part of the 3-legged stool?
So, first of all, Commissioner, I'm going to, as a planner, always go back to the comprehensive plan. And, I look at that overriding policy and I look at those sub-policies that talk about addressing mass, height, and architecture. So to me, you've hit on all 3 of those components of your policy, but for it to work effectively, they've got to work in tandem. So I've got to make sure that that architectural style is hitting with the daylight plane, which is hitting with I guess what we're calling a McMansion provision, for lack of a better word. But those 3, I think, work together to advance that compatibility policy to take some of that vertical imposition away from those adjacent properties, particularly on smaller lots.
Thank you.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No.
well, but I want to add on to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I hear what you're saying about the comp plan, but let's face it, when all of us talk about development, we're thinking about main corridor development. We're thinking about townhome development. We're thinking about multifamily, whatever that is, okay? So I understand what you're saying, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, and even to my colleagues, I absolutely believe, so that comp plan, when we wrote it, it wasn't necessarily directed at all the little different houses in the south side. I mean, let's face that. It was the big picture of how our corridors develop. And I'm not saying we shouldn't, but it wasn't created with that in mind. So, I mean, does the daylight plane still work without an architectural standard for R60?
I mean, I would think so. I mean,
Right.
it's not, it's one, it's one component.
Right. So I guess what,
Well, before you, I'd like to go back to, because I think when we started drilling down to places that have it, it actually was an issue with the daylight plane. And I think you might have been one that said that.
Yeah, I think Philip talked a little bit about that. I think the other thing that we were trying to address is just design elements that we heard early on. Folks talked about some contemporary styles that didn't necessarily meet, and that's why we got into some of the standards about the front porch. But yeah, maybe you can talk a little bit about the other examples.
Sure. Yeah. So the one example I gave was the city of Sarasota, and you asked about roof lines, and I think that was even some of the feedback that we received here tonight was concerns that we would have a lot of goofy shaped buildings that would all have slanted roofs, and they would all look exactly like this blue polygon here. And the intention and the importance of architectural code, if it is a priority, to have some semblance of a logical architectural style, would be that, a craftsman style home will likely not look like that blue box there, right? And that's the discussion here tonight, is that likely a 2-story craftsman would tuck in to vertically probably fit in within that the black lined horizontal line up top leading down to the ground. And that's where a 2-story craftsman would fit in. So I know ideally we would have a graphic of that 2-story craftsman here, but hopefully that explains the importance of the architectural style.
But that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that's going to fit in there.
Sure.
You're just saying that particularly works with that, but in that envelope, but that's trying to say, is somebody going to do 2 stories? Somebody might knock down that house and do a single story. So, I mean.
Which would fit with anything.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole here, but I think we have certain issues that we've dealt with along the way. The McMansion, and I don't care if there's only 5, we're trying to avoid getting 25 of them, because we've heard a whole ton from people for the last 5 years on this. And, it's a lot. And what are we doing about it? And we've been trying to figure out what to do about it. And that's, the assembly of lots and building massive things. All of that has been an issue. So it's the architecture on the under 4-unit, under 5-unit multifamily, because we don't want a big square. That's been an issue because it doesn't go through art. What I don't see as an issue, except one house that will remain nameless, I don't see a problem with the architecture on R60. I just don't. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just don't see the problem. And so, I guess I absolutely think multifamily, I don't care if it's 1 unit or 10 unit, or 2 units or 10 units, should go through some form of architectural review. Because it's too big and too affecting. We're going to keep things smaller with a light plane. So I don't know how my colleagues feel, but, I think the eclectic look is good, and I haven't seen a lot of problems. Where we have had problems is the size, mass, and scale, the McMansions, even on a single lot, and the multifamily units.
May I make a comment about that?
Sure.
Would it help for us to see some different styles
Yes.
in that, put in there for us?
Absolutely, and we have asked for that.
And we should get that, and they should see that.
Right.
Yeah.
Guys,
Whatever.
please, it's our turn to talk, okay?
So if that would help, I think that would help us, therefore
It
them.
would help.
And just take some just get some, then we don't see what that looks like. Well, I had someone tell me once that okay, so I gotta shape my house like this. I said, no. That's the area you have to work with.
So, to be clear, Mayor, the request to staff, at least that my understanding was that we show you the daylight plane over an existing home and what that looks like as far as the building and mass goes, but not the architectural styles specifically fit in with that blue
Well, I think that's what
box
he's
right
asking
there.
for.
Well, I know, but the vice mayor said we asked for that before.
No, we
That-
did. We said many of us are very visual. And I'm
Not
sort
the
of with
architecture style.
Commissioner Franny, where it's like, okay, good with the geometry, but we're visual. We want to see it. So pop that, craftsman in or whatever, but show how it fits in the building envelope.
She's saying style, which is more specific.
Just a
It
couple
is.
styles.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you have to do every
I
one,
mean, I
but I
think
do
it's
think if
been
you.
a little bit of a communication thing in terms of what could be done, what can't be done, but I do think it would help. I really do.
I do too.
Because I just think it's just very confusing.
Okay, well, I said what I had to say. I'd like to hear what you all have to say about the R60. And I'm not saying we should change it on the spot today. I know you all have to think about that, but.
Are you proposing we change?
Yeah, I am, but I'm willing to wait and see what they come up with the designs and I'm proposing we take R60 out of it, not the multifamily. But
Out of the whole overlay?
I'm proposing or.
The architecture out of the R60.
Yeah,
But
not the light
not
plane.
the daylight plane.
No, not at all.
Not the building across
No,
lots.
none of that. No, I'm simply saying architectural requirement for R60 in the 6 styles, because that's where I don't see us having a problem, except for one house. Unless I've missed something.
Well, can I just say one thing? I mean, again, you all are the planners, you are the people that see this architectural across the nation, because that's your background, and somehow we don't understand exactly what he's trying to say, and maybe I didn't say it right, but with each style, you've got all these notes that then come together in a composition, and every single composition is a different piece of music. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
Okay. It's
George
right.
just looked at you and like, what? What did that mean? You have to understand Deborah speak. It made total sense to me.
Mayor, after your discussion, I want a point of clarification, but of course we
Yeah,
have to
no, I
hear
get
the
it.
commissioner.
Look, and again, I just, I think you hear what she's asking for, and John, I think we want some pictures of the different styles within our community and look at what it would be with the daylight plane, maybe.
Okay.
And again, and on my end, I'm not trying to make anybody make a decision tonight. It's the first time
Yeah,
that
I
we've
get
had
it,
a
and-
reasonable time to talk about it. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, and I want everybody to do what's comfortable for them. I'm not trying to make us go down a rabbit hole. And I even said this to Jennifer, but I do, when I look at what we're trying to do, and I think what we're trying to do is really good. And I think most of the community will feel that way. But we're trying to address known issues. And I think in many ways we are doing that with the steps we're taking. I don't know of the known issues on the R60 architecture, except one house, one. And I don't think it would even be that style if we had had the daylight plane in place.
Well,
You know?
I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I do know I want to solve some problem here because.
I do too.
Because we do have an issue, and I want to understand the three-legged stool better, the unintended consequences better if we only do 2 of the 3. I want to understand that, because at the end of the day, I don't want to have a bunch of weird roof styles because we didn't think it through and we have an unintended consequence. That would be worse. So I really want to understand. I get it, and I get it.
I'm not trying
it's
to
the most.
guilt or force anybody into anything. I'm
No,
just
no,
throwing
I'm
it out
not. I'm
there
not set. I
for
don't come here
discussion.
set in a place, and I've had plenty of commentary about the architectural styles being, the toughest piece for everybody. I don't know. I mean, we've made code changes along the way every step. We brought up different things about keeping Dunedin the same, and I look back to 2005 when you used to be able to put an 8-story building on Main Street in downtown, and we don't do that anymore.
now.
I mean, so we have, each commission has tried to make good decisions about what we're going to look like later. I think the struggle we have right now is maybe fully understanding what this will look like. So, and I don't know the answer, but I'm hoping that you can help us with clarity by the time we get to the second reading.
How many houses that are out there, if we went all the way through the whole area, would not be acceptable to the styles that have been suggested here? How many houses would you have to have taken out of the picture?
I mean, it depends if
If
you're
that were the
knocking
if that's
down
how you
the
did that.
building, if you're doing it, I mean, that could go
I
in a
don't think you
million
can answer
different
that
directions.
question.
Yeah.
It's too big of a question.
My thing would be, if we're talking about potentially not applying the architectural standards in the R60, I would presume we're still talking about looking at those for the multifamily.
Of course.
And at that point, would additional renderings be even helpful? Because we're not really talking about looking at R60s.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's going to decide that tonight. I'm just throwing it out for them to contemplate. I'm not trying to get them to
No,
do
the
it.
problem
I would
is-
not ask them to try to make that decision without having time to think it through. I know my colleagues better, and again, I'm not trying to make them do anything. I'm just
I get it. but
throwing it out.
We've got 2 weeks right now to make
Gotcha.
amendments to this text if we need to make those, so.
The other point of clarification, Mayor, was the single family that is built in MF 7.5 and MF 15 as well. So you're saying that that we would lift the restriction for R60, but really the point is you're talking about single family homes.
Yeah.
So
that's-
it would
I'm
apply to
only
single
talking
family
about
in
a
all-
single family home. I don't care if it's on MF.
Right, okay.
I'm just saying, it's not, that's all I'm referring to, but again, I'm not saying that's the way we have to go. I'm just saying, when we're talking about solving a problem, I haven't seen a problem in that arena. That's all.
But I would have concerns if you did not have this predictability and compatibility over the 3 zoning. I would have concerns that then you're upending the very thing you're trying to do with predictability and compatibility.
Except we do have that. I mean, we've had all of our multifamily, all our commercial, all our condos, townhomes, all those things fall under our architectural standards. The only thing that has not been under our architectural standards in perpetuity has been the under 5 unit and our 60. I'm just saying, are we ready to put that on our R60 in the north side of Dunedin? I mean, it's a lot.
I think those are very different things, though,
Yeah,
Mayor, with all
very
due
different.
respect.
And
No, I
they're-
understand.
they're gonna have to come
It's a very
forward
different
with
area.
that. It's
Each
citizen-
area's got its own difference.
Right.
I think we need to.
No, I get it. Listen, I'm fine with the light plane. Let's do a reading of the ordinance by title only, Nikki. And let's get a motion on the floor if there is going to be one.
Before I do that, Mayor, we're at 11 o'clock, so I'm going to need a vote to extend the length of your meeting.
Move to extend the meeting.
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Ordinance 2208, an ordinance of the City of Dunedin, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, City of Dunedin, Division 3, overlay zoning districts to establish the South Dunedin Character Overlay, providing for codification, providing for codification, publication, and severability, and providing for an effective date. This has been reading of Ordinance 2208 on first reading by title only.
Okay, there were several things to change. Let me see if I have them correctly before we make a motion. You're going to clarify how ADUs and room additions and all of that's going to fit in, right?
Correct.
And you're going to clarify when does daylight plane apply in that same venue? Those were the two, right? Was there anything else? I think I got it both.
I had, Mayor, I had 4, I didn't take them as amendments because I don't think they're
Yes,
specific
amendment.
enough. I took them as feedback. I had 4, expand on application to floodplain, expand on new development, redevelopment definitions and relationship to daylight plane, add visuals of styles into second reading presentation, consider removing R60 zoning from architecture requirements.
Or what does that cause? Cause and effect of that.
Right, consider what would be.
Nobody's given
what-
consensus to do that.
Well, and I mean, what I got the consensus was consider what the effect of that
Yeah, the cause
removal
and
would be, because I don't think it'd be appropriate to put Kinley Horn in
No.
that position tonight.
I don't wanna
But
do
it
that,
is
yeah.
critical, when you are getting a recommendation from a consultant, that if you remove a piece of that, what the impact could be on that overall analysis and study would be important.
And that's important to know.
So those were the four we'll call it, feedback notes that I had,
So with
based on the
those, can I
discussion.
have a motion to approve?
I will,
May I, I'm sorry, but just one more. I asked a question about how many of the houses that are out there today would become, we're talking about compatibility. How many of them are compatible with the styles that we're talking about? I wanted to ask
I
that.
know, but when you asked that question, I think I looked and I saw Jennifer nod her head, yes, that there's no way to determine that without driving on every street. I mean, there's no way to determine that.
They certainly have the technical expertise. I think that part of the issue is that because you don't know what configuration all of the different proteins and vegetables and things could be combined. So it's not necessarily a,
It's late.
so I think the difficulty in that may be that
Actually,
there.
I need Bacardi.
There is so many different options that
Scotch, it's
it's
hard
not
to
just looking to find the ones that have every element. And a lot of the ones even that are in a picture have many more architectural elements than would be required by the text of the ordinance. So I think that's one of the struggles, is that it gives more options than just saying you have to have an entire Victorian, that every single aspect is, that would be, I think that's not what's been presented. So there's so many different options, that saying how staff could go out and examine every single house in that area between now and your next reading and figure out what configuration on each house could mix into those proteins and vegetables would be an insurmountable task, I think, within that 2-week period.
So in my opinion, I think most do,
Okay. Well,
just in my opinion.
Okay.
Let's
Let's get a motion on the table.
Your empirical.
Let's get a motion. Are
Okay.
you started to make the motion to include the 4 items that,
that's exactly what
Right.
I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to make the motion with these 4 items of inquiry that we are going to have discussion about. Is that the correct?
It's a motion to approve?
Approve with the 4, some extra things that we have asked for.
adjustments?
That we would like to look at and have more information on or more discussion on those 4 items. And
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Franny, thank you. All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor. Final comments?
Ryan, you've lived here 9 years in your forever house. Well, I've lived here 43 years in my forever house. And I do know the South Side, and I do love the South Side, and the South Side is indeed unique. And that's what we're here for. It's to preserve, protect, and maintain that unique way that it has grown, that it has the charm, has the vibe. Another thing, a very important thing that I think that we've heard from, and I'm not really sure we're homing in on, is this is also a way that you can respect your neighbors. I mean, it's not that much to ask for your neighbors to have light, air, and views.
We're not going to do that, guys. We're not doing the back and forth here.
No, that's not correct.
That's not happening.
I'm sorry, you were addressing Ryan, so I thought it was like an open thing.
No, excuse me. Excuse me.
Well, no, there was a public hearing, and that was your chance to speak in our process.
Because she was addressing
Oh, gotcha.
Ryan, I was just saying that he was one of the ones that commented. I could also say Megan definitely commented on how it is to wake up and look at a box. So Megan's not here. I can point to people throughout here and say, I remembered what you were saying, and I was trying to address some of your concerns. which I think is part of, again, being a neighbor. Being a neighbor. Having respect for your neighbors, having respect for the authenticity of your neighborhoods. And I think that that is very important. Maybe we're not totally, maybe some of you are going to say this is pablum, and some of you are going to say it's hot sauce. But I'm going to agree with Jennifer, so I guess I could refer back to that I have listened, that we have come to the most reasonable way to respect our neighbors, to respect your underlying entitlements, and to preserve and protect and maintain that really beautiful vibe, which is the South Side.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Frainie?
Yeah, it's not fun up here sometimes. A couple things. Obviously, I'll look forward to more discussion next time with the follow-up items. I was going to say, governing is not easy. Deciding how to balance the needs and wants and concerns of a community, a diverse community, is not easy. One thing I know, everybody up here who's been elected loves this community and is trying to do the right thing. And I can guarantee you that that's what I'm going to do. This is a really complicated issue. A lot of citizens have come to us, some that are not here tonight, very concerned about it, about the huge homes, out of scale, mass, not compatible, fear of the big surprises in the multifamily areas. What's the surprise going to be with people, basically assembling lots? That's the fear. I have that fear, that we're going to get a surprise and we won't be able to deal with it because it'll be too late. Rob, to your comment, it'll be too late. Compatibility is embedded in our comp plan. There's a lot of community meetings that go into that. I think there's been a lot of work to try to be respectful of property rights. I look to the local planning agency, made up of citizens, volunteers who don't get paid a dime to be up there. A couple of them that are architects. Dan Massaro, for one. He is a big property rights guy, and he spent a lot of time studying it. He was really impressed with the layout of what the staff put together here. It was a unanimous vote of the LPA. I do think it's the least intrusive option to try to protect the rights of all the citizens. I mean, this is one of those tough issues where, depending on where you sit, it's a balance. It's a balance. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to determine what the balance is, and it's not easy. I tend to think the ordinance as presented is probably good, that the three legs of the stool seem valid to me. That's my gut. But I think we have to drill down a little bit more. I truly understand everybody over there and your concerns and wanting to get a picture and an image of what you're buying into. I get that. And so I think we do need to drill down a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I love Dunedin. I want to make the decision that's best for Dunedin. And I think all of you do. And I'm not sure what the answer is going to be, but I hope we'll all love each other when it's over.
Thank you. Commissioner Torga?
Well said, and so I'll just make a couple comments then. What she said, and may not be perfect. I think it's going to work. I think it sounds like it brings community, it brings character, brings respect, it brings compatibility, and I don't think it's destructive. In fact, I think it's constructive that we have something like this. And as pointed out just recently, it is a requirement in our comp plan. So I'm for it after we get to look at some of these things we asked for. I know it's a lot of work, just something to at least fill in that area so everyone can see what that looks like. Just see what it might look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gale.
Thank you, Mayor. When we talk about change, 40 years, impressive. 43, 1961. So I've been here a while, and I've seen a lot of change. And some of the change is good, some of the change is bad. You know, we're never going to stop growth. It's always going to come. So the best thing we can do is manage it. And with growth comes the change. Some people don't like the word McMansion. But Julie, I think it was spot on what you said. They're just big houses on small lots that become overbearing to their neighbors. And we talk about how friendly Dunedin is, how respectful Dunedin is, and some of the houses being built are contrary to how friendly we are. And the idea is that we all should get along. And I think balance is incredibly important, that we have to balance my rights versus the rights of my neighbor. And it isn't wrong to want your neighbor to have a little daylight and a little air to breathe. So I think this is certainly a move in the right direction. Concerns that I have with this is multifamily. You can't turn on the TV, you can't read the newspaper any day and not know that we don't have an affordable housing problem. And the fact that this daylight plane might cut into a unit or two is no big deal on one unit, but it's unit after, or property after property after property, it's a big deal. The idea that most multifamily should be focused on fixed routes with public transit, I certainly agree with, but I don't think there's anything more beautiful in the city of Dunedin on the south side than a multifamily unit, and you've got certainly multiple families living there that are walking down the street on a Saturday to get a cup of coffee downtown. You know, that we're afraid of walkability. And so the idea that you might have to walk 2, 3, 4 blocks to catch that public transit is not a bad thing. And so I'm very sensitive to the housing problem that we have and very sensitive to the negative impact that this daylight plane might have on it. Having said that, we will continue. The lack of creativity in the architecture styles, I do happen to have those same concerns, and so thank you, Julie, for bringing that up. That I think.
Thanks for considering it. I appreciate it. I look forward to your comments in 2 weeks.
that I'm concerned about architectural styles, especially in the R60s of the single-family housing. I do think it's the uniqueness of all those houses on the south side, and actually throughout Dunedin, that really do help to make it unique. And so when we talk about Dunedin being charming, when we talk about Dunedin being unique, it's never one thing. It's not going to be the A-frame signs downtown. It's not just going to be flower pots. Done in chalk. It's not going to be just flower pots on street lights. It's not going to be these specific architectural styles. It's going to be the combination of all those physical elements and then who we are as a community that really makes Dunedin unique. And that is what other communities don't get and can't understand, even when our businesses work together. I'm gravely concerned about unintended consequences. I know it's been mentioned before this evening. And while the intent is to do good, and I think overall this is good, there is that aspect of unintended consequences. So what I would like to ask is whether this gets approved or not on first reading and or second reading, that somehow we pin April next year to take a look at this and ask staff to track how many multi-family units couldn't get built, or how many challenges they had with architectural styles, or how many, so that we can come back and take a really honest look at this a year from now and make changes if we need to. Certainly the idea isn't to create Stepford homes, right, where they all look the same. Stepford, what did I say?
Stepford Wives.
I said something. What
past your bedtime,
What
too.
time is it? It is. So anyway, I'm in favor of moving forward just because it's a move in the right direction. And it's the idea of looking at it later and measuring and make sure that we get it right, because getting it right is important.
I think we're all okay with that review too, right, Jennifer?
Yes, absolutely.
It's similar to the code enforcement thing when we made all those changes.
It is, but I appreciate that you said it, because I had it down as, is there something that we could get as projects happen,
Yeah.
like something, that we're kind of on the ground seeing how things are really happening, what real projects get approved after this, and like it's actually more real time.
And then I think staff knows this, but also if they're catching something early, certainly don't wait the year. That if you see something in 6 months, bring it back.
I'm so sure George will do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of fortuitous that you brought it up. We're actually working on a template for tracking purposes in
Yeah.
case this does pass, so we should have something for you to be even.
You good?
I am good, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Go. I think everybody's just trying to do the right thing. I think we all started out, we started out with some very specific issues. Again, the multifamily under 5 units that gets no public vetting or architectural review or size review, none of it. And that is what everybody's upset about. How did they build that thing over there on that corner? I guarantee you, it's always that under 5 unit townhome, condo, short-term rental, whatever the heck it is. It's always that, because that stuff doesn't come to us. And we either make it all come to us, and George will have a heart attack, because it's a lot of work to put together some of that.
I'll have one with him.
Yeah. And I don't think we want to do that, and I don't think we want to do that to the person building it either. But I do think having.
Drink heavily tonight.
Yeah. I do think having architectural review for that, I don't think we have to be a part of that. I think our standards are good, and we've got an architectural review board if we need them, and whatever. So I do totally agree with that. And then the idea of multifamily being in the middle of Scotland Street. Something absolutely has to happen, because that's just bad. That's bad if we allow that to happen. And yes, it may have.
If we allow what to happen?
To have a multifamily built right in the middle of a neighborhood like Scotland Street.
Why would that be bad?
You want an apartment building next to you if you live on Scotland Street?
With a daylight plane and an affordable housing problem?
Oh, there's no affordable
Yeah.
housing going on Scotland.
If you.
Really?
I
mean, please, if I could afford to live on Scotland, I'd be there.
If you look at some neighborhoods in North Clearwater.
Oh, Jeff, let's not go into the philosophy. Let me.
Well, it's not a philosophy,
they're
there.
I know, but
If you go and look at them.
Share my comments real quick, because it's 20 after 11 and we still have another item. I'm just trying to I didn't interrupt you in your
I'm not going
comments.
to move to extend past 11.
Yeah, this is it.
Can't, no, we
No.
will no
My
longer
mistake.
be noticed. At
My
midnight, we're
apologies.
stopping.
That's okay.
You have
I
a
get what you're
notice
trying to say.
advertisement.
But that takes a lot, that's out of this. Affordable housing is out of this right now. All I'm trying to say is that, okay, guys, let me just get through my comments. Everybody got to make theirs, I want to make my own. I think that multifamily in the middle of a neighborhood, it's just not necessarily a good thing. I think we have had a lot of public participation. I'm sorry if those that are here, some that only found out about this, but you found out because we sent to every address in the South Side for a reason. Because we wanted you to know, because we weren't getting a lot of people to some of these meetings. Compatibility is important, but somebody said it earlier. There are property rights for the person who owns the property, but then there are property rights for the people that live next door.
Correct.
Believe it or not. And that's important. And when we hear over and over and over and over, just look at social media, any of the Dunedin pages, any of them. Don't even look at Preserve the Vibe. Look at all the other ones. They will start talking about all these little things get built. How did that get built? How did that get built? Just look at any one of our emails. We hear this all the time. That, how do certain things get approved and planned for? And it's generally in that direction. meaning south. So that's why we approached this and said we have to do something, and we have to do it before the issue gets out of hand. And there has been a development cycle where people are moving down. I'm not speaking to anybody in this room specifically, but there are a lot of people, especially during the pandemic, they left New York, they left California, they left Michigan, and they all came here to Pinellas County or Florida, just Florida in general. And they're buying a house, and it's a small house. Oh, I can get this for so much cheaper than where I lived, and I'm going to build the crap out of it. You know?
That's elegant.
I mean, but it's true. That is happening. And so all we're trying to do in a balanced way, as you said, we are just trying to, in a balanced way, recognize the problem, address it, and do it without scalping everybody, and doing it in a balanced way. John Hubbard, our former city attorney, used to say that height and mass are not guaranteed. Even though the code says that, they are your maximums. That's what he used to call. Your height is your maximum, but it has to be compatible with what is around you, what's in back of you, front of you, next to you, and the other side. So, you know, this falls into that same thing. And compatibility has won in many courts. Many courts. You know, I do appreciate everybody coming. I do think we're trying to listen. I think we're simply approving this in form to get to the next step so that we can see the questions and see the examples of the questions that we have. So it's not done yet. It's still the cake in the oven getting baked. And we'll see in 2 weeks what happens. So let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Gao?
Aye.
Commissioner Torga? Commissioner Franny?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kynes?
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski?
Aye, and that motion passes unanimously.
Can you thank George?
Yes, poor
Staff
George.
for a lot of work and a thankless kind of a
Okay, I
thankless issue.
Thank you, George.
Absolutely.
You look like you're ready to cry. That's okay, you can do that. All right, guys, we have one more item. Second reading of Ordinance 2209, calling for referendum election. Nikki, can you please read that by title only?
Ordinance number 2209, an ordinance of the...
Talk. We're still finishing our meeting. Go ahead.
Ordinance 2209, an ordinance of the City of Dunedin, Florida, calling for a referendum election to be held on November 8th, 2022, the date of the general election, to submit to the city electors proposed amendments to the city charter, extending the time between
Guys,
appointments of
I
the Charter
really-
Review Committee.
I need you guys to be quiet. Hello?
I don't know if people
We're
don't
having a
realize
meeting.
how
We
much
need you
noise
guys. If you
carries.
guys can go outside, thank you. I'm sorry, continue?
Think so?
Thank you, Mayor. Charter Review Committee and the Ordinance Review Committee is proposed herein and providing for an effective date. This has been reading of Ordinance 2209 on second reading by title only.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Gao and Commissioner Torga. Thank you. There's nothing else to say.
I don't
right?
have any further report for this evening, Your
This is
Mayor.
a public hearing?
Your Mayor. I was going to say, Your Honor.
Are you coming to speak? Are you
the
at
gavel.
SBC?
Yes,
Come on.
I
You got
wanted
your
to-
3 minutes.
What a story you can tell.
Petra.
What a night you
There
chose.
you go. Okay, pass that back to, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Petra Khalakhanova and I live in Barbara Circle in Bel Air. I study public policy and administration at St. Petersburg College, and currently I'm writing a case study for one of my classes about the Ordinance 2209, about the length change of the Ordinance Review Committee in the city of Dunedin. I think the changing the length of time from 5 to 7 years, or respectively for the time as needed for the committee members, will be a good thing, and I will help. And I think it will help them finish the ordinance review. Also, I wanted to thank you, Ms. Schlichter, for the interview that she had with me and that she answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petra. I appreciate that. You stuck it out.
I warned her.
Get an A on that one.
I warned her.
I bet you learned a lot tonight, didn't you? About public policy making.
Poor thing.
That'll be extra credit.
Yeah, right.
No
Okay.
kidding.
We'll close the public hearing. Anybody else? Close the public hearing. Any final comments? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Franny.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kynes.
Aye.
Commissioner Torga. Commissioner Gao.
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski.
And the motion passes unanimously, and then there is our proposed agenda for the 21st. We know that and thank you guys for this, we know we removed the Jay's Hotel. So all we have, wait a minute. I think this is, we only have this, right?
The 2 second.
The two, yeah.
Correct.
So that's good. We'll have a lot more time to talk. People can speak. We can relax a little bit more.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mayor. I was only, when Commissioner Freeney suggested we could extend again,
Oh, no,
I have to say, no, at midnight, we're no longer noticed for the same day, so we're not going to keep going.
Oh, but we've done those.
We could have done it.
I know, but
Especially when we used to
It
start at
wasn't going there
6:30.
anyway.
I've become increasingly uncomfortable after midnight.
Comfortable now. Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda
So
with
moved.
that thing?
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner
Third.
Gao and
Fourth.
Commissioner Torga, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is unanimous, and we are adjourned.
I think Commissioner.
Thank you for watching this City of Dunedin government meeting. If you'd like to review any part of this meeting or watch any previous government meeting coverage, you can watch these meetings online anytime through the city's website, dunedingov.com. Stay connected with everything Dunedin. Follow the city on this channel and on the city's Facebook page, through Twitter, and on the city's YouTube channel. Thanks again for watching this Dunedin television production.